Looks right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone. Down the field. And it is deflected. And gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Trap Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Week 17 is upon us. Cincinnati Bengals, Arizona Cardinals. Welcome into Chatterbox Bengals. I'm Craig Sandlin, joined by Andrew Collinsworth. Andrew, how was your Christmas, my friend?
I had a great Christmas. It's been a good week. A little time off of work, which is great, and now I get to watch the Bengals play today. So what more could you ask for?
What more could you ask for than a meaningless Cincinnati Bengals versus Arizona Cardinals game on the Sunday after Christmas? Well, I'm glad you had a good one. I'm happy you're back. Obviously, last week had a in-person show with Reed there in Hamilton, with Reed and Casey. So glad to have you back, and glad you're rested and refreshed and ready to rock and roll. Let's recap really quickly that Dolphins game last week, a game that saw the Bengals turn the Dolphins over multiple times. Really just put the route on the Dolphins. What did you like last week out of the Bengals team as they bounced back from an embarrassing loss to the Ravens 24-0 the week prior?
Well, not that it matters too much, but it was the first time that I think maybe in a few years where it felt like they were in the driver's seat the entire time and they didn't let up off the gas, and you didn't have to worry about a comeback. Part of that is because the Dolphins are pretty terrible, especially with Ewers back there. And then, the Bengals we saw Joe Flacco enter the game with like 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. I can't remember the last time that I saw a Bengals backup quarterback enter the game because they were ahead. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore. So it was good to see them win in the fashion that they did. I know some people are saying, no, they shouldn't win again, tanking and all that stuff. And I understand that sentiment as well, but I still want to see my favorite team win. And so I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah, in that one, Joe Burrow, 25 of 32 for 309 yards and 4 touchdowns. Quinn Ewers threw 2 interceptions, while the Dolphins scored 3 rushing touchdowns. Chase Brown, though, he had 3 touchdowns of his own in the third quarter alone. He finishes the game 12 carries, 66 yards, 1 touchdown on the ground. He adds an additional 4 catches for 43 yards and 2 touchdowns through the air. Tee Higgins, 3 for 53 and a touchdown. Jamar Chase, 9 for 109, but didn't get in the end zone. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Mike Gesicki added 3 for 35 and a touchdown. Plus the defense made their presence known. They had 4 QB hits and multiple turnovers, as we mentioned already. So a good showing from them, and certainly will be on the lookout for them to continue that this week. Mentioned Jamar Chase unable to find the end zone in week 16. He hasn't found the end zone since week 7. He was asked about it this week and had this to say about the goals for the last 2 weeks of the season. He said, quote, "If I'm being honest, I think my biggest thing on this list is just to score another touchdown. I think I've been overdue since week 7. One of the reporters chimed in and said October 16th was his last touchdown. My biggest thing is just trying to get in the end zone, find the end zone these last 2 games. Jamar Chase is minus 155 to score in this one. Andrew, I told Reed before we went live, I think I'd rather throw money at the 2+ touchdown line, which right now is sitting right around plus 450. Your thoughts on Chase wanting to get in the end zone and what you think Burrow will do to make sure that that happens here in week 17 against the Cardinals?
I definitely think there will be a more concerted effort to try to get the ball to him when they're down in the red zone. And I think part of the reason that he really hasn't gotten these touchdowns is because we're seeing like big plays from Tee Higgins that are scoring. And then on top of that, they get down into, 5 yards out. And a lot of the times Chase Brown has been the guy to just find the end zone. We saw it last week, but like they've been able to punch things in, rushing the last couple of weeks pretty well. So that's, I think, one of the reasons that they just maybe haven't been throwing to Jamar. And obviously he's a great target in the end zone and in the red zone. But he hasn't been the focal point. And so, I think Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow are going to find a way to get him in the end zone this week. They're playing for pride at this point. So you might as well try to have a little bit of fun while you're doing that. Try to keep your players a little bit happy. Jamar said it, I think 2 weeks ago. He said, Zach's a player's coach. So why would he not be trying to scheme up a touchdown for his best player?
Yeah, for sure. I actually, I guess one other option is Jamar Chase's first touchdown. I think they're going to try and get it done early. I think that he's going to try and do it potentially multiple times. The last time that Jamar Chase faced the Cardinals, he went off against them. If I remember correctly, he had 15 receptions in that one for well over 100 yards and 3 touchdowns. So certainly a target for a big game here, and we'll certainly keep our eyes on it. Speaking of target for a big game, Trey McBride. He is one of, if not the best tight ends in the NFL. We know that the Bengals have trouble with tight ends. McBride on the season already 109 receptions for almost 1,100 yards. He's got 10 touchdowns on the year as well. How do the Bengals slow down the Cardinals' number 1 receiving target?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? They just have such a tough time with tight ends. We've talked about it so many times on this show. And, if the Cardinals are going to make this game close or even come away with a victory, it's going to be on his back. I could see him going for, another 100+ yard receiving game. And so that's got to be at the forefront of their minds. They have to be able to take him out of the equation the best that they can. And that's going to require the linebackers to step up. It's going to require the safeties to step up and maybe have, a nickel corner in there on him a few times as well. So they're going to have to throw different things at Trey McBride. They're going to have to disguise looks, make it really difficult for him to break open and really gash the Bengals defense. But we've seen it time and time again. I remember the Patriots game, Hunter Henry went crazy, and that same thing can't happen today if they want to get a victory.
Yeah, I don't know if they're willing to make the changes is the biggest problem, right? Obviously we know that these linebacking core has not been great this year against the tight ends, but last week Darren Waller catches for 40 yards. This is a guy that was retired earlier in the year. You mentioned Hunter Henry. He had 7 catches for 115 yards and a touchdown. Evan Ingram earlier in the year had 4 catches against them. Obviously, we know the story with Pittsburgh and when they went up against Darnell Washington. We obviously saw what happened earlier this year against the Chicago Bears as well, with the tight end scoring a touchdown late in the game to be able to seal that victory. So they're going to have to be able to figure out something. Pat Freiermuth did something similar in the game against the Steelers earlier in the year as well. One of those things that they have to figure that out. They can't continue to allow guys like Dawson Knox to go off for 6 catches, 93 yards, Mark Andrews, 6 catches for 65 yards. It just week after week seems like the tight end room is beating them, and they've got to be able to do something about that because it's not been pretty. And Trey McBride is certainly more than capable of being able to put up some gaudy numbers against these Bengals linebackers. So certainly a matchup to be paying attention to. We're probably about 20 minutes away from kickoff, Andrew. And obviously at this point in the season, the conversation turns to, what are you playing for? And obviously we heard about Jamar Chase trying to find the end zone. They come out last week after the embarrassing loss to the Ravens, and they beat up on the Dolphins. But at this point, how do you continue to play in games that don't really matter? And you're watching your division opponents go out and play in meaningful games. Next week, you've got a division matchup against the Browns. Like, what's the message if you're Zach Taylor in this locker room right now?
Well, for one, there's only a handful of guys that aren't playing for their job next year right now. I mean, there's really how many positions out of the starting 22 are we saying that those are locked in for next season? I'd say it's probably less than half, right? Like there are a lot of moving pieces here that these guys are trying to play for, contract extension. They're trying to play to cement themselves as starters or prove something to their coaching staff too. So there's a lot at play here. I mean, that's what I kind of am looking forward to, is just seeing how these guys who could be pieces in the future, Myles Murphy, Osai, Dax Hill, these guys that you're kind of on the fence about right now, I want to see how they play. I want to see them really take that next step forward. I don't know what it'll look like, but they have to continue to or try to play well today because they're really playing for their job. And that's not something that I expect Zach Taylor to try to echo to his team, right? Like, I don't think many coaches are going to go in there and say, yeah, I mean, half you guys are probably going to be cut next year. He's not going to say that. But that they have to know in the back of their mind that, my job is in a little bit of trouble. We're giving up points left and right all season long. We have to be better, and I've been part of the problem. So why wouldn't they be looking at a new linebacker or a new defensive end? Like, these guys have to play for more than just pride. They're playing for their NFL jobs. So that's one piece that motivates you. Now, for the guys who are kind of locked in, Joe Burrow, Tee Higgins, Jamar Chase, probably DJ Turner, some of those other guys, I think there's still an element of pride to these guys that they just don't want to be beat. And we talk about the competitive spirit of Joe Burrow, and I think that's the main thing that kind of drives his team forward sometimes is they kind of go with him. So if Joe is out there wanting to win like it's a playoff game, then they're going to follow him just as well. So I think that has to play into it as well. They're going to follow their leader, and that's Joe. I think that he just he can kind of carry the team in a competitive spirit. I know Jamar wants to go out there and score touchdowns. So there are some other things as well that play into it. Some guys might be chasing some accolades or whatnot, but I really think for a majority of this team, it comes down to playing for your job. Like, are you going to be somebody that this team can rely on in 2026?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And one of the interesting conversations that we were having before the show is about some social media chatter, right? There's a lot of people having conversations right now about this 2023 draft class. And you talk about players that are playing for their job, and a lot of people are pointing to the 2023 draft class as maybe one of the better draft classes in recent memory for the Bengals, which, if we're being completely honest, is not saying that much, Andrew. But at the same time, like, we're talking about a bunch of, respectfully, replaceable players, right? DJ Turner, I think, is looking more and more like he can be a star every single week. And I get that. But outside of him, I think most people before the last 3 or 4 weeks would have said Myles Murphy is a guy that probably doesn't even belong on the team. And now he's getting some opportunities and he's looking better. But how much can you rely on him moving forward? Jordan Battle is a guy who's been fans have been asked for him to be benched for the last 2 years along with Geno Stone. Charlie Jones is nothing but a return man at this point. Chase Brown's having a lot of success, but how much of that is Chase Brown versus just the opportunities he's been given as the running back in this offense and taking advantage of that versus, a replacement level running back. Yoshi obviously has been, I'm going to say, like a very challenging player to be like get a real read on. The amount of drops he's had this year, like with Chase and Tee Higgins being doubled nearly every game, he's, in my eyes, not doing enough to take the pressure off of those guys as wide receiver 3. Brad Robbins, we already know how that went. And then DJ Ivey, again, just a replaceable dime cornerback at this point. So, like, how good is that 2023 draft class really? And of those 6 players that are still with the team, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 players that are still with the team, like, how many of them are realistically going to be expected to contribute significantly next year? I would argue that DJ Turner for sure. Miles Murphy's going to be asked to contribute, but like, is he going to be D end 1? Is he going to be depth piece? What is that going to look like? I don't know. Chase Brown, I think a lot of people are saying if Jeremiah Love is available in the first round, you would take him. Like, how great or how good is this 2023 draft class with all of that said?
Well, it's stacked up against the other Bengals draft classes. There is a case for it to be. I mean, it's good comparatively to the other drafts. I mean, those other drafts were pretty horrible. That being said, I think that if you stack it up against some of the, Eagles drafts or those teams that are, year in and year out competing for championships, that it's not even really that close to being good. They've got some good players. They've gotten some players to contribute that maybe you weren't expecting this late into their careers. I mean, DJ Turner has really turned it around. He was somebody that I wasn't quite sure about coming into the season, and he's had a terrific year. So hopefully something he can build on. Miles Murphy, again, like you said, like showed us nothing for so long, and now, he's getting a chance to play a little bit more, and he seems like he could be a depth piece at defensive end. So there are some good players in that class. I don't want to discredit that, but at the same time, we have to look at this from a wider scope and say, this isn't good enough to be our best draft class. This should be an average year. Like, that should be an average draft class for an NFL organization. You should get 3 starters out of the draft, and the fact that we're looking at this and saying, wow, I mean, we hit a home run with Yoshivas and Chase Brown. Like, I love Chase Brown. I think he's actually a really talented back. But at the same time, like, we know that those are positions that aren't the most vital. And so it's hard to judge. It's really hard to judge when you put it up against the other Bengals classes. Of course, it looks good. But if this team wants to get better, they have to routinely have classes like that. Like, that has to be the standard going forward. Is like, that's the low mark. That's the worst that they can do in a draft, is getting guys like that, getting one really good player and then some other guys who are going to help out.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the Cardinals really quickly, Andrew. We've got about 10 minutes until kickoff. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like historically this Bengals team has kind of struggled with quote-unquote mobile quarterbacks, and I realize that Jacoby Brissett is getting up there, but he's still got a little bit of mobility in the backfield. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be active today. He was limited in most of his practices this week, but he is going to be active. Michael Wilson has shown a lot of ability stepping in with Marvin Harrison out. He's almost shown that he can be more of a wide receiver 1 in this offense. And obviously we talked about Trey McBride. So when we talk about the defensive side of the ball, what's going to be your key to making sure that the Bengals win in this one?
You just got to win your one-on-ones. I mean, you're going to have to, with your defensive backs at least. And what I mean is that you're going to be in situations where somebody is going to be put in a one-on-one situation, whether that's Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, or Trey McBride. So somebody is going to have to step up in those situations because you can't double everybody. You can't play zone the whole game. Like, there's going to be situations where you're in man coverage and your guy just has to win. And that's going to be a tall task for the Bengals. But I think that if they put the right people in the right spots, then I think that they can come away with it. If DJ Turner is that guy, you leave him on an island the whole game. I'd love to see what he does against, Marvin Harrison for an entire game. I think that would be a really fun matchup. So again, like it comes down to the defense winning those battles like that and being able to limit the big plays. And we talk about it every week, but it's just it's a reoccurring theme with this defense that they give up some chunk plays at times. And so today it's going to come down to some guys stepping up and being able to take on roles that maybe they haven't been very good at in the past.
Yeah. Let's talk about the offensive side of the ball. The Cardinals are rolling out with Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell across the front. Akeem Davis-Gaither, former Bengal, is starting at will linebacker for the Cardinals, along with Zaven Collins. They also, Buda Baker is out for this one, so don't have to worry about him. But offensive side of the ball, any concerns when the Bengals are on offense?
No, not really. The Bengals should put up 35 points on this defense. So I mean, like, they don't. There's nothing about the Cardinals defense that really stands out to me. Yeah, they have some playmakers up front, but every team in the NFL, you could say that. I mean, somebody is going to make plays. You could say that about everybody, but maybe the Cincinnati Bengals. So there's somebody that you got to key in on that defensive line. So. If they keep Burrow upright and, he's able to get 2 seconds to throw the ball, then they should have a field day. I expect the offense to put up fireworks.
Well, with that being said, let's talk about predictions and best bets. Let's start with the prediction from you, Andrew. What's the final score today when all is said and done?
I will go with Bengals 38. I'll say Cardinals 24.
Okay. I do think it's going to be a high-scoring game. The over-under is right now at 52.5. Bengals are favored by 7 points. I'm actually maybe not as confident as you. I do think that they're a little vulnerable. Michael Carter, I mean, I'm not really overly concerned about him from a running back perspective, but we also have seen multiple rookie running backs go off against this Bengals defense over the course of the season. Kyle Monungai, amongst others. I'm going to go 34-28. I think Cardinals cover, Bengals win. Might be a late cover, but cover nonetheless, and the over for sure. With that being said, give me some of your best bets for this one.
I think that you shouted it out earlier. Jamar Chase's first touchdown does sound pretty nice. I think that his comments earlier this week tied into the fact that, this game really doesn't mean a whole lot. Can kind of give them a little bit of leeway to target him a couple times on that first drive. But aside from that, the over looks really, I'm going to hammer that. I think that should clear by a sizable margin. Yeah, I would say those two. I don't want to take your pick there, Craig, because I know that you were leaning towards that Jamar first touchdown. But any of those Jamar touchdown props seem like they should hit this week. Seem like they should. We said that the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Jamar's all the way up to minus 170 as an anytime touchdown scorer. First TD score plus 475, 2 touchdown plus 310. That according to one sports book that we won't name. However, I'll throw this out there. If you parlay a Jamar Chase anytime touchdown with a Trey McBride anytime touchdown, it's plus 232. So 2 guys that I think both of us are expecting to find the end zone. Certainly a possibility there, and plus 232 is not a bad return for that there. Trey McBride also plus 1,000 as the first TD scorer, so I'll throw that out there as an option. I can't believe Trey McBride is plus money on an anytime touchdown, so that alone is kind of crazy to me. But here we are, nonetheless, and we'll see how this also plays out. Jamar Chase plus money at 8+ catches. Trey McBride 9+ catches in order to get plus money for him. I mean, they're expecting this to be a shootout. For the over-under to only be 52.5 is very surprising, to say the least. So certainly going to be a fun one. And Andrew and I will be back at halftime to break down the first half. Reed Mouse is going to take you through the play-by-play and live reaction, and then I'll join Reed post-game for the live post-game show. Reed, you want to come in, or you want me to kill some more time until kickoff?
I'm ready. Let's bring it on over to me. Let's go on over.
Let's do it. We'll send it over to Reed Mouse. Andrew and I will be back at halftime. Until then, Who Dey.
Who Dey.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hello. We got that J bar out of here. Let's get a Who Dey. It's been a long time. I know I was here last week for the watch along, but it's a long time where it's just been me and you guys. So appreciate you guys all joining in. Let's have some fun. Final 2 games of the season. Let's have some fun with it. Why don't we? Let's just goof around. Let's just goof off. Let's get a win. Let's get a dub. Shout out. I'm rocking new gear. Got a new Bengals shirt for Christmas. Shout out to my cousin and my godson Tyson for bringing me this here. So it looks great. So I appreciate it. Howdy. We have the Robo Buck. Got some others here in the chat. Hopefully we get Hank. Hank was here last week, and I'm excited. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to roll. As Craig has mentioned, Jamar Chase, the conversation about him not scoring. Those that have been tuning in for a long time know that's put a pretty good dent in the old Wally, because I'm siding with the Jamar Chase score more often than not ever since that game on Thursday Night Football where he had 16 catches and a couple of touchdowns. So it's been a long 2.5 months for old Reader-Roo. So hopefully we can get back on the right side of things. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. I don't know how you guys feel about these games, but man, oh man, I've had a juxtaposition of 2 different opinions. The first is I can't believe we're having the season we're having, and like we're still trying to win games. Like I think where I saw the draft order most recently, the Bengals can get as high as like 6. I mean, that's going to require a bunch of teams to do some winning, but or go above us, but we can be as low, I think, as 13. Someone fact check me on that, something like that. And I don't know about you, but I'd much prefer a 6th overall pick than in the mid or low teens. Then the other thing is I sat around and thinking about it, and the Bengals are 5-10. They're going to be heavily favored, obviously 7-point favorites today against the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to be a touchdown favorite next week because they may not play. They might not play Joe Burrow next week, but they'll be favored next week against the Browns. And if they finish 7-10, I can't help but think about those Jets-Bears games at home after we beat the Steelers 2 months ago on Thursday Night Football. 2 games that we were right there, had a chance to win, and just didn't walk away with it. And if we win those 2 games, the Bengals are 7-8 coming in today with a chance to win the last 2 games and get to 9-8 to once again have their 5th consecutive winning season. Obviously, that's not the case. But do they play differently against the Ravens in that cold game? Do they hold on to that Bills game a little differently? It's just so funny how we're looking at this season and like, hey, if 4 things just turn the other way, this is a whole different conversation we're talking about. But that's the NFL. I mean, the difference between the Bengals making the postseason this year, where you can say it's 3, 4, 5 plays, or the difference between the Bengals making the postseason this year, you could say the same thing about 2021. They are 3, 4, 5 plays away from not making the postseason when they went to the Super Bowl. So that's the difference in an NFL season. But it's 65 degrees here in Cincinnati. It's going to get warmer as the game progresses. And tickets to get down, last time I checked, let's see if it's still on a ticketing app. One that sponsored us here before, but I'm not going to name it. They're up to $50. But at one point earlier this week, tickets were $15 for this game. 65 degrees, going down to a Bengals game. I know there's kind of been gatekeeping, pun intended, about going to Bengals game just because it's been $150 get in recently. So I don't know. RoboBuck just finished up peak season at work. Glad to be back. It's a lot of people's peak season. So glad. Hopefully you get a little rest before the new year. A little bit of rest. Jonathan Gannon likely going to be out. I don't know, man. Jonathan Gannon actually might not be the worst coach ever. Jonathan Gannon might not be a terrible coach. But we will see here. And there we go. Bengals back to receive. Let's rock, let's roll, and let's get after it. I'm going to be on Fox here today. I think Kevin Kugler was on the call. I cannot hear, but let's rock and roll. Let's do it. The kick is up. It is back and returning it. Bengals field it out at the end zone line. Take it out to the 25, all the way to the 28-yard line. And that's where they will take over. Williams on the return. Joe Burrow, we are 4-2 with Joe Burrow, quarterback in this team. Chance to finish 6-2 if they win these last 2 games. And to be fair, we always looked at these last 3 games as winnable games, games that they should win. And anytime where you convinced yourself into the Bengals making the postseason, it kind of circled around winning those last 3 games. 1st and 10, 5 wide for Burrow from the 28-yard line. He takes the snap, surveys the right side of the field, now looks to the left, evades a pocket collapsing, and was looking for Jamar Chase. Pass broken up. Almost a very risky play. Who was that on? Was that Akeem Davis-Gaither? So little help to the former Bengal getting in on the play right there. It's 2nd and 10. As Craig mentioned, Akeem Davis-Gaither is the starting linebacker for the Cardinals, one of the worst defenses in the league. So on 2nd and 10, we hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Try and stretch the line, and we get a gain of 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 8. Calais Campbell still going strong. How old is Calais Campbell? He is 39 years old. Man, playing in the league for that long. That's something special. Not a quarterback. All right, 3rd and 8. We put an up back, and it looks like Tanner Hudson in the backfield with Joe Burrow. And we hand it off to Tanner Hudson, who's got a lot of room, going to have a 1st down, getting out to the 44-yard line. Sneaky little play there for the Bengals. They bring Tanner Hudson, not Drew Sample, to be a protector, and he just kind of slips right through. They clear out the left side of the field on a flood play and dump it down to Tanner Hudson over on the right, and he gets 10-plus yards. So a good 3rd and long. Let's do it. First and 10. Under center. Fakes the handoff. Joe Burrow dumps it out. This time to Drew Sample. We just won the game. I don't think you guys realize that. 8-yard pass to Drew Sample. We just won the game. You get the ball to Drew Sample early. You let him cook. You give DS89 some open space, and we win. It's a foolproof plan. We won the game. Congrats to any Bengal money line bettors. Let's go. 2nd and 2. Burrow under center. Sends Chase in motion. From the center of the field, we're across midfield. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown over on the left side. He splits the guard and tackle. Gets the 1st down. It's going to be 1st and 10. We are out to the 44-yard line. 46-yard line. So here's 1st and 10 from the 46. Burrow with a man to his right. Trips package over on the right side of the field. Fakes the handoff to Brown. Trying downfield, going for the end zone. Has Tee Higgins open, but goes right along the sideline. Had Tee Higgins open. Maybe you could say he underthrew it just a hair. Tee Higgins doesn't come back and try and high point the ball. Who was that on the breakup? That was Denzel Burke from Ohio State. Yeah, Higgins thought the pass was going to clear Burke. Burke gets his hands up at the last second, deflects it just a hair. Just a dot from Burrow, too. Golly. Higgins had him beat. It's a nice play after getting beat by Burke. 2nd and 10. Burrow drops back to pass. Surveys the middle of the field. No one home. He's scrambling out to the right. He's trying to try downfield, and he's looking for Andre Yoshivas, who is blocked up by Denzel Burke. Again, a lot of contact there. Andre Yoshi looking for DPI, and I don't know. DPI to me. What? How is that not DPI? What's with these Ohio State guys always trying to, I don't know. Dude, throw the flag. 3rd and 10. 3rd and long for the second time this drive. Dumped it out to Tanner Hudson the last time. Burrow dropping back to pass. Don't need to get it all. Finds Jamar Chase for the first down over the middle of the field. It's going to be a 15, 20-yard gain out to the 24-yard line. Chase getting his first catch. Beats the cornerback, Will Johnson. The 2nd-round pick. So 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. Burrow in shotgun. Man to his left. Sends Tanner Hudson in motion to the open side of the field from the left hash. Burrow over the middle. Goes to Jamar Chase. Tries to spin out of a tackle. It's a 5-yard gain. Vandy 5-1-40 said, ref's been against us all year. I'm not one to blame the refs because I think largely it all evens out in the end. But I'll let you know when I think it's been a little crooked. 2nd and 6, handoff to Chase Brown. Chase Brown escapes one tackle, but they hold on. Zach Campbell holding on to him at the bottom of the pile. He gets about 3 yards. That is L.J. Collier, former first-round pick back in 2019. Felons with a joke. Refs don't want to be the decision maker at a game with such high stakes. 3rd and 2. Joe Burrow sees a blitz in shotgun. Going to send Samaje Perine, move him back to the left. They hand the ball off to Samaje. Samaje gets the first down. Gain of 3 yards. We are in the red zone. So out to the 13-yard line. Samaje with his first carry. 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. Chase Brown to the right of Burrow. We send Mitchell Tinsley in motion. Burrow gets it off to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase makes one-man miss. Shakes and bakes, spins out of 2, dives for the end zone, he scores! We got it, baby! Finally! 2.5 months. Been waiting on a Jamar Chase touchdown. The Bengals get on the board first. It's 6-0. Jamar Chase just catching it in the backfield, spinning out of 2 tackles. First touchdown. Woo! Fire me up, baby. Golly. So Jamar Chase scores his 6th touchdown of the season. Kick is up and through the uprights. We got to sing the song. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, and offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Golly. Woo! We finally got one. We got him. Jamar Chase scores his first touchdown since that Steelers game. Love it. Let's get him in that end zone again. All right, let's see this defense popping out. So I want to talk about something that I saw floating around. I think Stone talked about it on his show, and I know Craig and Andrew just talked about. There seems to be a trend talking about this 2023 draft class, the Bengals 2023 draft class. That's, of course, guys like Myles Murphy, DJ Turner, Charlie Jones, Chase Brown, Andre Yoshivas, DJ Ivey, and Brad Robbins. I think that's the entire draft class. And there's now Bengals fans, because we've talked so long about, ever since the Super Bowl, they have drafted terribly, that there's a group of fans that are talking about that 2023 draft class. And there's two things I want to say. One, for the fans that are talking about it like it's some great draft class, you're right in the regards of it is better than we anticipated it going into this year. It is because of Myles Murphy and DJ Turner. DJ Turner has become kind of a star, and Myles Murphy's playing better. So because of that, it's better than we were reflecting on it 8 weeks ago. But where Craig is right, where I agree with him, the idea that that is some franchise-changing draft class is very, very silly. Is very silly. It is not the best Bengals draft class in the last 10 years. As I'll pull, I can pull it. I know 2020, obviously, with Joe Burrow, Tee Higgins, and Logan Wilson's a better draft class. Like, I guess it feels like where they are trying to revisit it as it's not as bad as it's ever, as the worst draft class we've ever seen. No, it's not that bad, but it's certainly better than, or certainly not as good as they are making it out to be. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, starting at the 35-yard line. Jacoby Brissett making his 56th career start. Under center, hand the ball off. Reversing the traffic is number 22, Michael Carter, and where he was at 1.5 yards behind the line of scrimmage is able to get a small gain of about 2 to 3 yards. So it's going to be 2nd and 7. Cardinals ranked 21st in points this year. Got some big names. Obviously, Trey McBride's having a really good season. People are still waiting for Marvin Harrison Jr. to kind of live up to the hype that he was given before draft as they run a pitch play to number 22, Michael Carter. Michael Carter is the 4th-round pick from 2021 for the New York Jets. Yeah, I think Marvin Harrison will, as not the biggest Ohio State fan, I want to bag on him, but I don't think he's gotten a fair shake with quarterback yet. So we'll continue to see how that one plays out. He's a fine wide receiver. 3rd and 4. They send Marvin Harrison in motion across the middle of the field. Jacoby Brissett looking Marvin Harrison's way the entire time, and eventually tries for number 14, Michael Wilson. Incomplete pass, and it's a 3-and-out. So Bengals getting the ball back right off the rip. Let's rock and roll. Good 3-and-out. I'd rather win these 2 games than watch bad football just to get a higher pick. Vandy, that is a very real take. I used to be in that camp because the thing that changed my decision on being in that camp was a little guy named Joe Burrow. Back in 2020, I wanted the Bengals. I wasn't trying to get the first overall pick because the way that I saw my Bengals fandom, because I like my baseball team more, the way I saw my Bengals fandom was I like sitting down on Sunday, going to the local sports bar with my dad, with my friends, having some drinks, having some greasy chicken wings, and just sitting there and rooting for a Bengals W. I was wrong in 2020 or 2019 because we get the first overall pick, we get Joe Burrow, and the rest is history. So while it feels better in the moment to root for a win, sitting here and watching the Bengals, sitting last Sunday, watching the Bengals win 45-21, awesome. But I think it's objectively true that it's better to lose. And there's, I guess, another caveat to where you could say, what happens if you lose a locker room by losing? Like, you got to, if Zach Taylor's going to be here, don't you want to keep the vibes high and all that stuff? Sure, you don't want them like completely to lose faith in their coach. But the other thing is maybe if they lost everything, they would lose faith in their coach and then get rid of him. So, but yeah, it's not fun to tank. It's not fun to tank. But as I've said with Craig and Stone and everyone I talk Bengals with, when I say I want the Bengals to get a higher draft pick, there will be a fair criticism where they go, what makes you think that any draft pick would go well? And I was like, well, when you've got a bad shot, when you got a bad shot, you're like, hey, go hit this target. If he's bad, I want him to get as close to the target as possible. Which, like, going back to 2020, Joe Burrow fell in their lap. And yeah, we're talking about tanking for the 7th pick as opposed to the first overall pick. It's a very different proposition. But you got to remember that it's not just getting the 7th pick in the overall. It's also getting 2 top 40 picks, because then you get the 39th pick. And then you get 3 top 80 picks, right? Like it all kind of comes together. So all right, taking over at the 21-yard line. Joe Burrow under center. 7:48 to play in the first quarter. Joe Burrow fakes the handoff, rolling out to his right. Do not get hit. Joe Burrow's taking it himself. Slide. All right, he slid. 4-yard gain for Joe Burrow. Does anyone else, whenever Joe takes off, you're like, especially in these games, Joe, if you take an unnecessary hit, I cannot defend you there, brother. Like, you cannot be taking unnecessary hits there. Burrow, 2nd and 8. Men on each side of him, ball on the right hash mark after it was only a 2-yard gain. Burrow looking over the middle of the field. He's going to check it down to Samaje Perine. Little room to run for Samaje. A stiff arm gets him out 1 yard shy of the first down. Samaje's a guy who, while easily, very, very easily replaced, I would love to have him back just because he's fun to watch. Runs with some aggression. He's got the beard. Like, you need guys that are easy to root for on a team. You need guys like that. And Samaje is certainly that. So it's going to be 3rd and very short. No, they gave us the first down. All right. So 1st and 10 from the 31. Joe Burrow under center. Brings in Jamar Chase. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to get 7 yards on the carry. But here comes a flag. That's going to be a hold. That is going to be a hold. That's not fun. All right. First and 20. Back to the 21-yard line. Burrow takes the snap, rolls out to his right, finds Samaje Perine, and there's going to be another flag. What is that, encroachment? Offsides? Nate J said that's really what he's right. I'm going to root for no injuries and let everything else land where it may. Yep. Offsides. They're on the defense, so it's going to be first and 15. That's correct. You cannot root for the number one thing that you should want is Jamar Chase, Tee Higgins, Joe Burrow to be healthy, DJ Turner to be healthy, even guys like Myles Murphy be healthy. I'll tell you one thing: if we are in the business of trying to keep Joseph Asai, which I don't know if we should be, but I'm telling you right now that his market is getting hurt by the fact that he's not playing. First and 15. Burrow, drop back, looks over the middle of the field, finds Tee Higgins. Tee Higgins can't escape the tackle, and they're going to blow it dead after a gain of 10 yards. So 2nd and 5. Tee Higgins is pretty unbelievable. I think the pairing of talent between Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins is what makes them so special. Like they met their talents mend very well. Handoff, Chase Brown, lot of room. Bumbling, stumbling, fumbling all the way to the 49-yard line. First down and then some. Out to midfield. Chase Brown's awesome. And that is, so going back, and I'm going to keep probably talking about this 2023 draft class thing. There's two players that I think inflate where people are looking at that draft and be like, that's a great draft. And they are both offensive players. Chase Brown and Andre Yoshivas. Andre Yoshivas, I think, is a Jamar Chase, Tee Higgins merchant. Even then, I don't think he's done enough to earn that third wide receiver spot. 1st and 10, 49-yard line. Joe Burrow looking over the middle of the field. Very tight window trying to throw it into. And there's going to be penalties thrown on Johnson, trying to get it to Jamar Chase as Johnson was hanging all over him. And the other is Chase Brown. Chase Brown is phenomenal. He works really good with this system. If Chase Brown was a Tennessee Titan, we wouldn't know who he is. We wouldn't. He scores a lot, gets a lot of, he's going to have 10-plus touchdowns. He's going to have 1,200 all-purpose yards every single year because he plays in this offense. And I truly believe that he is replaceable. But he's a good player. All right, DPI called on Johnson. We're out to the 35-yard line now. 1st and 10. We're sending Tanner Hudson in motion. Hand the ball off, this time to Chase Brown, who runs into a brick wall and is brought down right at the line of scrimmage. Really nice play by Collier. LJ Collier plugging up holes. Second and 10. From the 35-yard line. Burrow looking back. Tries to get it out to Andre Yoshivas, and it's going to be a 12-yard gain on an out route to Yoshi. Burrow's got a lot of time today, guys. It's kind of collapsing around him. Like they're pushing him back and making him move a little bit, but he has not been in any trouble whatsoever. Yoshi with the catch. Man, he almost bobbled that thing as he went out of bounds, didn't he? His hands have not been great this year. I think actually a third wide receiver might be, well, with Gesicki out there. I know he's a tight end. When Gesicki's out there, we've got a pretty good unit. All right, Burrow, drop back to pass, steps up, and now they're getting pressure on him. Throws it on the run out to Andre Yoshivas, Who was there on the he gets a first down. We're out to the 10-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and goal. Who's number 30? Darren Hall? I mean, Darren Hall just with terrible effort there. Andre Yoshevov, not the fastest guy in the league. Just an out route. Takes it out on the side, and he just slips right by Darren Hall. And Darren Hall, I mean, just looks completely out of his element. Just did not collect his feet at all. My God. All right, 1st and 10 from the 11. Burrow sends Higgins in motion, drops back to pass. He's looking Higgins all the way. Finds Higgins. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. Make it a gain of 4. The Fox cartoon, Joe Burrow's a handsome fella. The Fox cartoon of Joe Burrow makes him look way more handsome. I realize how weird that sentence is after I said it. 2nd and 6 from the 7. 1:40 to play here in the first quarter. We'll move Drew Sample in motion up to the line of scrimmage. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Cut back from Brown. Yard shine of the line to gain out to the 3-yard line. He needs to get to the 2. It's going to be 3rd and 1. If the Steelers lose to the Browns, that makes next week's Browns-Steelers game winner takes the division. Correct? Correct? Yeah, that's right. Because then the Steelers would be 3-3 in the division if they lose next week. And the Ravens would be 4-2. All right, 3rd and 2. We got an extra lineman out there. Hog Molly. Pushing the way. Did we get the first down? Who would you bring out there? That's awesome. Brought Lucas Patrick out there to clear away for Chase Brown. Did they give the first down? Waiting for the spot. So bring out Lucas Patrick to clear a hole for Samaje Perine. 4th and 1. Final play of the quarter. They've got about a 4 seconds between the game clock and the play clock. 5, 4, 3. Burrow takes the snap. Gets hit, brought down. They do have the first down, but it's going to be 1st and goal from the 1. All right, we got it. If we take this lead, like if we go up 2 scores here, if Joe Burrow gets tackled the rest of this game, I'm going to lose it. Let me put it this way. If we call a play that is deliberately designed to get Joe Burrow hit after we take a 14-0 lead, if we score here, then I will lose it. I will absolutely lose it. Give us a like, guys. We appreciate it. Having fun here. Hopefully everyone's having a happy holidays. I know it's a tough time for some, but I know for a lot it's a glorious time. So for those that are having a great time, congratulations, happy holidays. And for those that are having a tough time, we're here with you. Someone in this world loves you. And things will get better. They always do. They always get better. All right. 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. We are here. Are we in the 2s? Yeah, we got to put our 2s up. Got to put our 2s up, baby. Everyone put their 2s up. Put the 2s in the chat. No Matlock today. We're waiting on Matlock to finish after the regular season. Matlock will be back. And if we were on CBS, I would say, what's the CBS one? CBS is Matlock. CBS is also Slime Time. Make sure to don't miss Slime Time Wednesdays on Paramount Plus. What's Craig talking about? Top in first quarter, 13-31. This has been good the entire game. This thing's been a play above me the entire game, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, time of possession. Oh, top. Sorry. I don't know my acronyms. That's wild. That's wild, yeah. A 3 and out, and we've just marched down the field. We're really good at beating bad teams, aren't we? Unless it's the Jets. Maybe we're not really good at beating bad teams. Yeah, don't forget Georgie and Mandy's. That's right. Georgie and Mandy's first marriage. Kevin Kugler. I went to college, or I went to high school with a guy named Kevin Kugler. Fun fact. Yeah, that's on Craig. I mean, you can't just be throwing around acronyms. All right, I formation. We got a hog molly in the backfield with Samaje Perine. Let's get another one back there. Hand it off to Samaje. Samaje gets in the end zone with ease. Perine in. Bengals up 2 scores, 13-0. That's easy. Man, we are making it look really easy. Cody Ford in the backfield. Can we have fun this game? Like, if we're up by a lot, can we have fun? Like, we put Cody Ford in the backfield, which is fun. But next time we do this formation, let's hand the ball off to Cody Ford. Let's have some fun. Let's have all the TT TikTok tribe get mad because Cody Ford scored a touchdown. Ashley Atchison, let's go Bengals. Who dey? Welcome in. And the PAT is no good from E-Dog. That's okay, Evan. Stays 13-0. Evans had a fantastic season. I think that's his first missed PAT on the year. Someone fact check me. I think that's Evans' first missed PAT of the season. Fact check me. If not, that's for sure his second. Like, he's not had more than 2. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think going to beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody! 13-0. First miss. He's had a great year, guys. And it's because I haven't played golf with him this summer. Played with him last summer. Outdrove him multiple holes. Multiple holes. I outdrove Evan McPherson. I play golf. I'm such a bad singer. I play golf 3 to 5 times a year probably, and I'm not very good. I could hit it around. Like, I'd shoot in the late 80s or early 90s, low 90s or high 80s, low 90s. Like, at local courses. So it is what it is. And I was so gosh darn nervous when I played with Evan McPherson. He's friends with my brother, so I got to play with him. And the first hole, which is surprising because normally when I get nervous, I crap down my leg. Like, that's just who I am, and something I've had to deal with my entire life athletically is when I get really nervous, I crap down my leg. I dice one on number 1. Put me like 40 yards out, middle of the fairway, and I end up parring. Second hole, par 3, parred it. Third hole, he's like, man, this dude's a ringer. My brother's Matt. He's like, Matt, you told me he was going to be terrible. And my brother Matt's like, just wait. Third hole, dice one right down the middle. Outdrove Evan by like 25 yards. And I'm standing around like I've got a big old you know what. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm having a lot of fun playing golf. This is fun today. I think I ended up shooting like, I might have even birdied number 3. I ended up shooting like a 101. Like, it was really bad from that point forward. But I had fun. It might be so bad it's good for TV. Thanks. I used to be a decent singer before my voice dropped, which it still really hasn't dropped, but I used to be able to hit really high notes. My dad, believe it or not, my dad would would go to just local bars when I was growing up, and I would sing karaoke all the time, which probably got me in the reason that I wanted to be in like broadcasting, like performed in front of people. And I would kill Michael Jackson's I Want You Back. All right, back to football. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Jacoby Brissett dropping back to pass, feeling pressure. It's a screen play. 1st down for the Cardinals and then some. They get it out to McBride. First and 10. They get Dre McBride a part of this. No PCA slander, please. 110 receptions for Trey McBride this season. That's pretty impressive. Jacoby Brissett steps up, gets it out to Carter. Golly. Michael Carter versus Barrett Carter, and they need Demetrius Knight to help bring him down. Can't get to Brissett is pathetic. John, we are 6 plays. We've seen their offense play for 6 plays. Let's bump the brakes. Are the Colts winning? Look at that. Colts up over the Jags, 10-0. I'm a Jags guy. Jaguars. Jacksonville Jaguars. 2nd and 2, across midfield already. Brissett under center. 4 lined up on the line for the Bengals. Turn around, hand it off to Carter. Carter runs into his own man and gets the 1st down after gaining just 1 extra yard. Trey McBride needs 6 catches to break the NFL record. Is that what they were showing? He needs to pass Zach Ertz's NFL record for most receptions in a season? That'd be impressive. How old is Trey McBride? What year was he drafted? Someone Google when he was drafted and how old he is. 1st and 10. They hand the ball off to Carter. Carter looking for a hole. Spins out after getting down the line. Who brought him down? Nice play. Bringing him down from his ankles there. Love that from TJ Slayton. The Cardinals were feisty earlier in the year. Not so much. Jonathan Gannon, I don't know if they can go and give Jonathan Gannon another shot here. It's done with Kyler Murray, but we'll see. 2nd and 8. 43-yard line. Brissett is getting chased down. It's going to be offsides. They just throw it up at the last second. Trying downfield. Offsides there on us. It was B.J. Hill who jumped the line. Thought he had a good jump. Split second too early. He's 26, was drafted in 2022. Gotcha. Trey McBride was a 2nd-round pick. Ooh, from Colorado State. Gross. As a diehard Air Force Falcons football fan, I can't accept Colorado State grads. 2nd and 3. Brissett drops back, looking downfield. He's going to have a man open and then some extra room as we can't get a tackle. Is that a touchdown? Did he step out? And they're going to call this defense, man. This defense. Out to Wilson. Michael Wilson with a touchdown he got hit at least 4 times on the boundary line, and no one pushed him out. I mean, this is terrible. We take a 13-0 lead. So Wilson's wide open, catches it out the 25-yard line. He then goes along the line. Barrett Carter doesn't push him out. Geno Stone tries to hit him with his shoulder, pretty much misses. Does his foot go out of bounds there? And then Michael Wilson just goes right in. Does his foot touch out? It looks like his foot might touch out right there. I mean, Geno Stone is terrible. He's a terrible safety. No, he does not. He does not step out. That's a touchdown. Oh, what about there? I mean, at the worst, they're getting in at the 5-yard line. Dude, Geno Stone, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see Geno Stone off this god darn team. I got to stop saying God. I'm sorry. Gosh darn team. All right, 13-7. Shout out to anyone who took the over. Let's go. 13-7. Hang on. So Bengals going to have to answer back. About 11:44 to go. Man. This is tough. Ow. 13-7. See if we can keep moving it downfield. Geno Stone will be a Walmart greeter next year. You know what's funny? When we got Geno Stone, I don't watch tape. And most of you guys don't either. Some of you guys might. I don't watch tape. When we got Geno Stone, he was 25 years old. He'd come from a good team, the Baltimore Ravens, and he was, second in the league in interceptions? So when we got him for what the deal that we got him, which was $4 million a year or something like that, I'm like, dude, we swindled the league. But then you you retract what I just said. He's coming off of second in the NFL in picks. He's coming from a team that very rarely makes mistakes, especially on the defensive side. And he's 25 years old. Why are we getting him for $4 million? And we're learning why. We're learning why we're getting him for $4 million. So, yeah, we'll see. Bringing it in here. Fresh brisket on the board. 38-yard touchdown for Michael Wilson. It's just a really bad. Al Golden responsible for this crap. Bench Geno now. Yeah, I don't know why Geno Stone's still playing. I don't know why he's still playing. But I don't know what else we can do. Casey McAllister just texted that he wants Tyson Anderson. I don't blame you here. I blame you. Hear them Bengals growling. Maybe I should do a little Southern. All right. You know what? Why did I just get so upset by that touchdown? It's because we care. We still care. As much as I want to act like I don't care anymore, as much as you want to act like you don't care anymore, that just tore me up for a little bit. That Geno Stone couldn't make that tackle, and our defense looks just completely inept. All right. Joe Burrow under center since Jamar Chase in motion. We're starting at the 35-yard line. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to be brought down 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage after getting the handoff on the right side of the line. Second and 7. Burrow drops back to pass. Looking downfield to Jamar Chase, throws it out of play. Chase couldn't get there in time, so it's going to be 3rd and 7. Going to have to see if we can get the first down here. John, missing an extra point is pathetic also. We lead the league, John, we lead the league in PAT conversions this year. Well, we lead the league in extra points made. How about that? That was his first one. We were the last team not to miss one. We're doing well. Burrow drops back to pass, and he's going to be brought down at the 30-yard line, and it's going to be a 4-and-out. Now, if they take the lead here, oh, man. Cody Ford's in at tackle over Mims. How is Geno not being benched? I don't know, but Geno's career is going to be done. He's going to be a practice squad, and he'll be out of the league soon. Why is Cody Ford in over Amarius Mims? Is Mims hurt again? Someone let me know if someone updates it. All right, so Burrow takes the sack. See if our defense can get on out. Man, we started really good for 2 drives. See if we can hold on. Rick with a really good super chat. You're right, Rick. Stone was a 7th rounder, and Baltimore let him go for a reason. The reason they let him go is so that it's because he doesn't have elite physical traits, which is a way of saying he's a slow runner for an NFL defensive back. Like I said, when we got him, I didn't realize the too good to be true factor of it. Bengals were riding high. We just went to an AFC championship game after going to the Super Bowl the year before, right? I guess this was the year after. We tried Nick Scott, and that didn't work. So these last 2 years, I'm like, dude, we're getting Geno Stone. All right, he was 2nd in the league in picks. He's 25 years old, and he's coming from a good team. And you don't realize, listen, if someone that doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes like the Baltimore Ravens are not going to pay this guy $4 million, then it is too good to be true. It's a wind advisory. Is that why the field goal missed? I don't know. I'm about 30 miles north of Cincinnati, and there's not a whole lot of wind as I can look outside and see the trees not moving particularly hard. Although it's supposed to get kind of nasty. Like I said, at 4 p.m. today, when the game's over, it's going to be like 67 degrees. And then by like 4 a.m., 12 hours later, it's going to be 20 degrees with wind, and it's going to be raining. Like, that's wild. Yeah, Geno, listen, guys, I see everyone getting on Geno Stone, rightfully so. Geno Stone's done. Geno Stone's career in stripes is done. Full stop. His career is over. So, he will be somewhere else next year. And if he doesn't, we revolt. Simple as that. We revolt. $9.50 to play here. $277 games is incredible. Really. Shout out to Campbell. Class Campbell. All right, 1st and 10 for the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett fakes the handoff. Pump fakes it. Now it's rolling out to his right, out at the 25-yard line, and will throw it out of play. Just getting rid of it because he was going to take a loss there. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Amarius Mims with a right shin injury. His return is questionable. Claes Campbell with smelling salt in his right ear on that vignette. If Ford is in, put Flacco in the game. Oh, come on. Cody Ford is a good interior lineman. Not a good. He's a serviceable. When he has to play guard, he does fine. When you make him play tackle, it gets a little dicey out there. You imagine being 40 years old and playing in the NFL at like a physical position? Like quarterback's one thing, which still is impressive. But playing a physical position at 40 years old, that's incredible. It truly is. All right, 3rd and 8. It's 3rd down. Jacoby Brissett Middle of the field from the 35-yard line. 3 wide to the open side of the field. 1 tight end to the left. Drops back to pass. Now stepping up in the pocket. Has to get rid of it quickly. Incomplete pass as Michael Carter's looking for pass interference called on Barrett Carter, but it is deflected. It's down. It's going to be 4th and 8, and they're going to bring out the punt unit. So here comes out the punting unit for Arizona, second time today. Keshawn Williams will let it roll. It goes out at the 2-yard line. That's a really nice punt. And if we were playing Madden, that's what you'd call a coffin corner. Beautiful. Beautiful punt. Can you imagine? I love how punters get fired up about that stuff, as they should. Like, that's their job. They get paid millions of dollars to do that. And you just got to get fired up over what you can get fired up for. Listen, outside of doing content for Chatterbox, I do a lot of stuff in live events, and every once in a while things go haywire, and when you can just solve the problem, it gets you fired up. It gets you really excited. Marius Mims has a right shin injury. His return is questionable. It's a good question. Why not bench Stone and put someone else in there? I'm with you. There is actually, that's a more than fair point. I don't know the depth of our safety room. Who's it? Tyson Anderson. But Geno Stone's not going to be part of the Bengals next year, so just play someone else. Just play someone else. It's good to see flashes from the young linebackers because we know that's who we're rolling with next year. Maybe a better safety behind them will make them a little better. I'll say this. If we roll into next season with Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight as slotted as our starting linebackers, I will be incredibly upset. That's something we can't. We have $70 million in cap space going into this free agency signing. Approximate. I don't even know if that factors in the fact that the salary cap goes up every single year. But they are guessing about $60 to $70 million. And you look at the offensive side of the ball, no one needs really an extension. Yeah, I don't think anyone needs an extension. The only questions are, do we bring back? We have to get a backup quarterback because I think Flacco's going to go somewhere else. And we can't bring back Jake Browning. Whether that's a draft a guy in the 4th or 5th round or whatever. But we're going to have to bring a backup quarterback in. We're probably going to have to sign a free agent backup running back. So if Samaje wants to do it again, I'm cool with that. I would like to bring back Dalton Reisner. But outside of that, it's pretty much set in stone on the offensive side. So then we'll have $60 million to deal with the defense and a lot of draft picks. If we do not spend a lot of money on a linebacker, a veteran linebacker, I'm cool. We typically play about 2 linebackers. We run what, a 4-2-5 or something along those likes. We have to get a veteran in because we cannot roll it back with Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter. If them two are splitting time at the other spot, that's fine. They're rotating there, but we need to get a veteran and a good one. I haven't seen the top free agent class, but I forget who it is, but is slated to get around $20 million, then like the next guy beneath him is going to get 10. We got to get a veteran in here. All right. So you see Mike Gesicki get his first catch of the game from the 2-yard line. They run a quick out to Gesicki. Really nice play. Get the first down. Gives us a lot of living space. Little Lieberstrom. So 1st and 10. Why am I so hot? 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Gets 7 yards off tackle. Brought down by the linebacking crew. They'll be the starters. I don't think they'll be the starters. I'll be upset if I know that's the plan, but I just don't think that can be the plan. 2nd and 3. Is Burrow calling his own game? I think Burrow might be calling his own game here. Fakes the handoff. Burrow dumps it out to Chase Brown. Chase Brown Dice is inside. He's still going. Man, this is a really slow Arizona Cardinals defense. The Arizona Cardinals defense might be worse than ours. 1st and 10 out to the 40-yard line. Golly. I mean, terrible tackle attempt. Then there's 4 guys around him, and they still can't bring him down. Their defense is slower than ours. Chase has some James. I love Chase Brown. I really do. I love Chase Brown, but he is replaceable. He's not as good as Joe Mixon was. 1st and 10. Out to Brown. Brown tries a stiff arm. The thing I liked about Chase Brown, gets about 5 yards there on that catch. The thing I liked about Chase Brown when we drafted him is because I knew Joe Mixon was going to be gone, Chase Brown had to be a bell cow because that's kind of how we operate. We don't do a running back by committee. Like Samaje gets a few carries, but he's going to have to be a bell cow. Chase Brown, even though he's small, he was a bell cow in the Big Ten for Illinois. I think he led the Big Ten in rushing yards. That's what I liked about him when we drafted him. And obviously he can catch out of the backfield and stuff like that. Still can't block, but I don't think we need him to. All right, 2nd and 4. Handoff. Chase Brown cuts back in the backfield, steps up to the left side, and then we'll get the first down. We're across midfield out to the 47-yard line. Update back in Indianapolis. Trevor Lawrence, kind of a gamer, guys. For the Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams haters. Would never be me. I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I'm a Trevor Lawrence guy. Kind of gamers. 3rd and 1. Burrow from the shotgun. Samaje to his left. Takes the snap. Looks over the middle of the field. Completed pass out to Andre Yoshivas, who takes it in for the first down. So 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. 5:48 to play in the half. It is the Arizona Cardinals ball coming out to start the second half. A reminder that Craig Salen and Andrew Collinsworth will be on the halftime show here today. Thank you guys for being with us all year long. We really do appreciate it. 1st and 10. We're not getting a new head coach, felons, although I want one. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Burrow that's a really good blitz. Went uncontested. Cody Simon, the rookie out of Ohio State, comes in uncontested, and Samaje Perine doesn't get a body on him, and Cody Simon brings down Joe Burrow. It's 2nd and 18. Perine hurt. He banged up his knee. Oh no, that was a non-contact injury, right? All right, 2nd and 18. He got stepped on. Okay, that's okay. You can come back from that. 2nd and 18 from the 50-yard line. Burrow drops back to pass, rolling out to his left, and eventually brought down. So sacked on back-to-back plays. Tomlinson, LaDainian bringing him down. Danian, who's put on some weight. It's Dalvin Tomlinson. Third and 22. It's a screenplay for Chase Brown. Chase Brown has some blockers in front of him. He's going to get all the way out to the 43-yard line before being brought down. Are we going to kick? We're going to go. Let's go. Let's go. Joe's getting killed in a preseason game. Let's go. Let's go for it. What is it? 4th and 7 from the 38. I don't know, like a little bit closer. Let's still go. Who cares? And we're going to kick. What is this attempt? I don't even know what yard line we're on. And I refuse to look over above me because it'll tell me what the problem is. This is a field goal attempt. 56, long field goal attempt. They will call a timeout. Arizona's going to call a timeout. Man, we're trying to 56. You discounted the missed PAT, but that's where it all starts. Seen it many times. Well, Bob Gibson, you haven't seen it this year because that was the first missed PAT this season. He's been very good this year. $56 yards. If we don't make it, they start the ball at midfield with 3:28 to play. Snap is good. Kick is up. Down the middle. Have enough leg. And it's through. Woo! Man, that was a risky call. That was a really risky call. Zach, listen, guys, I don't know if Zach Taylor is the best coach in the world. I know there's a lot worse. I know there's a lot better. He's the, you know how I like, he's the Tua Tagovailoa of coaches. He's a starter. He's the Tua Tagovailoa of coaches. Man, it's a 2-score game. 16-7. 16-7. It all worked out. All right. 9-point game. Whew. Okay, doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I know, listen, it's happened in the past. We've seen last year Evan wasn't very good. This year has been great. We've kind of had an up and down career with Evan McPherson. Obviously 2021 was great. 2022 was really, really good. I think 23 and 24 was not good, but he's been very good this year. And over the last few years, there have been some kicks that have, through everything. If Evan McPherson has a better year last year, we make the postseason. Like, on top of the defense, if one singular player plays better last year, Evan, we make the postseason. He makes the kick against the Ravens. He makes, there's several games where Evan didn't lose us the game, but could have won us the game. And that's how kickers are. Kickers very rarely can lose you a game. They can very rarely lose you a game. You'd have to miss a lot of chip shots, PATs, even like the 50-yarders, even though they're getting better and better. No one blames you if you miss a 50-yarder. Unless you miss 3. You got to make one of those. But it's very rare that a kicker can lose you a game, is the point I was making. They can win you a lot. They can win you a lot and put you in a great position to win. And like I said, if he played better last year, the Bengals probably make the postseason. But he's been fantastic this year, as you just saw from a brilliant, right down the middle, 57-yard field goal. If the Brownies win, see, this is, everyone wants to do the conspiracies when it comes to the NFL. The conspiracy that I think makes most sense is when they try to build up some good games. And if the Browns beat the Steelers, then the Steelers-Ravens game next week is winner goes into the postseason, which is what they want. And they knew that going into this week that there was going to be not many games that have that type of billing, but that one does. And I'm looking at the standings going into this week. I think the only other game that has that billing is Carolina versus Tampa Bay. Because they could both be 8-8, and they would both. Who does Carolina play today? Carolina plays the Seahawks. What's their conference record? Because it goes division record, head-to-head. They'd split head-to-head as the Cardinals will hand the ball off on 1st and 10, gain of 3 yards. Yeah. Yeah, they'd have... Yeah, next week's game for the Cardinals, Bucks could be for head-to-head, or could be for the division too. All right, what we got here? 2:45 to play in the half. Brissett dropping back to pass, trying over the middle of the field. Oh, almost tipped off McBride's hands. If Geno Stone had his head out of his derriere, he'd look up and see the ball right by his hands, but goes incomplete. 3rd and 8. Dax Hill's pretty good coverage there on Trey McBride. Third and 8. Brissett drops back, surveying the field, a lot of time, uncorks one. Man, he doesn't have a whole lot of arm strength, does he? And Dax Hill's right there to deflect the pass. 4 and 8. Here comes out the punting unit. Let's see if we can get in the end zone one more time. Make it a 2-score game. Or a 3-score game. Their ball at half. Miles Murphy almost getting home there. He get his hand on that pass? Marvin Harrison Jr., who hasn't caught a pass yet. There's one thing the Cardinals are learning. Maybe don't draft a bunch of Ohio State players. Oh, great chance for Williams to return it. He's out the 40-yard line. He's brought down. Man, what's some speed. Caught it off a bounce and unleashed. Across midfield, great return. Man, that is an empty stadium. A lot of people sitting down, too. Keyshawn Williams, one bounce right into his hands and just takes off. Second gear there. Bucks are losing to the Fins. Golly. Man, who had a more disappointing second half of the year, the Colts or the Bucks? Joe Burrow starting out at the 36-yard line. And we're right back in scoring opportunity. 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown almost runs loose. He's out the 10. Brought down at the 10-yard line. What a run there for Chase Brown. He's having a hell of a game. How many yards is he up to? Chase Brown, 64 yards. 1st and 10 out to the 11. Oh, man. The handoff to Chase Brown. There was people there. He's just getting loose today. And we take it to the 2-minute warning. Man, he's having a great game. 2-minute warning. I'm going to sit down for a second. Reminder here. At halftime, we have Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Sandlin. Going to take you through the halftime show. Me and Craig will take you through the post-game show. Reminder, if you guys like our content here at Chatterbox Sports, greatly appreciate a like, a subscription. Love that, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you guys. Also, if you like talking Bengals, I do a daily show here right on Chatterbox Sports, 10A to 11A, Monday through Friday. Talk a lot of Bengals. Gets loose, gets fun sometimes. And if you're looking forward to that, I think we're the first sports talk show in town in the morning. So something to keep your mind on. Appreciate you guys for being a part of it. Stone Shield Show goes live from 11 to 12 right after that, too. And Stone has a lot of great takes. I know some of you guys were brought to Chatterbox Sports through Stone. So appreciate everyone that makes this awesome. Arizona. Where's Arizona in picking order? Let's see. Draft order going into today. As it sits... as it was entering this week, obviously there was some games played on Christmas and whatnot. The Giants have the first overall pick. Raiders second. Browns third. Jets. We are currently sitting at 9th. That's changed quite a bit ever since Christmas. So it was last updated, 3 days ago? So after Christmas games, it was us still at 9. Because we have 5 wins, the highest we could get is the 7th pick. Cardinals with 3 wins, sitting at 6th. The Commanders are 4-12, sitting at the 7th spot. Lowest we could go would be 13. So in between 7 and 13. The Bucks are 7-8. We could finish around there. David Shaw, Merry Christmas. What brought me into Chatterbox is no longer with Chatterbox. Well, I'm sorry about that. All right, got to stand back up. Handoff to Chase Brown. Chase Brown, after a 3-touchdown game, has already scored once here tonight. Amarius Mims back on the field. I'm standing up, so hang on. Let me get this camera. Mims back in, needed that. Marius Mims is another guy we sneakily don't want to get hurt. I don't even know if that's sneakily. All right, 2nd and 7. Burrow, lone in the backfield. 4 wide. 1:20 to play. Clock still ticking. We have all 3 timeouts. Burrow, looking for Jamar Chase. 2nd touchdown of the game for Uno. Thank you so much, Craig Salen, for the advice. We appreciate it. And that's a touchdown for the Bengals. Fire me up, baby. 22-7. We'll take a 3-score lead going into, well, we got, I guess not quite yet. We'd have to get the 2-point conversion. We're going for it, right? Make it a 3-score game? Or are we making them? We make this field goal, it's 16 points. All right, we're just making it a 16-point game. Still a 2-score game. And it's through the uprights. Now you got to listen to my beautiful, beautiful singing. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. All right, 23. I think this needs to be redone here. Hang on. There you go. 23-7, our score. Sound strong. To sit in you would be bigly. Now it's updated. I noticed no Hank. No Hank in the chat today. Would have loved if Hank was around. First player in NFL history with 80 receptions, 1,000 receiving yards, and 7 touchdowns in each of his first 5 career seasons. Jamar Chase probably will go down as the greatest Bengal of all time. Anthony Munoz, respect to him. Respect to Joe Burrow, but I think Jamar Chase might go down as the greatest Bengal of all time. But I guess he can't. The thing that Anthony Munoz always has going for him is that he is regarded as the greatest offensive lineman ever. People regard him as the greatest offensive lineman ever. Jamar Chase can't be the greatest wide receiver ever because Jerry Rice has that one locked up. Forever. Michael Wilson brought down out the 40-yard line. Jerry Rice was having like 1,200-yard seasons at age 43 at a speed position. That's incredible. But all right, Cardinals take their first time out. 43 seconds to play. I mean, we can't let them score here, guys. Can't let them score here. First and 10 from the 40-yard line. Jacoby Brissett drops back to pass. Passes Tipped at the line of scrimmage. Flag thrown. Picking it up is Barrett Carter, who won't stop until he gets in the end zone, but they took the camera off him. It's our ball, right? Our ball. Holding. First down. Can I see the pass again? Can I see the pass? Was it a fumble? Yeah, it's a pretty clear. We sure that's a pass? Yeah, that's a pass. That's a pass. All right, 1st and 20. They're just going to run the ball out, right? They're going to try and score still? We've got 3 timeouts. False start. Now they're going to run the ball. Now we're calling timeout, right? Now we're calling timeout. They've got to run the ball 3 times, right? They've got to use our timeouts. Man, what a bad team. If we lose, they're just doing bad team things. All right, 1st and 25. Dude, I mean, they're in a tough spot because we can just call a timeout if they run easy plays. And there's a screen play to Trey McBride. Trey McBride completes it. He's brought down two yards later. 2nd and 23. Timeout. Call the timeout. All right. Good timeout by us. That was an 8-second play. That was an 8-second play. All right. Whatevs. No, they called a timeout. What is going on? They're calling timeout? What is going on? Shamar Stewart with some pressure. You guys are right. What the heck, man? They called a timeout? It's Cardinals ball at half. I'm so confused. Jacoby Brissett drops back to pass. Incomplete. 3rd and 20. 3 seconds ticked off the clock. What? I guess we're only going to get the ball with 20 seconds left, but this is weird. Let's go score. Let's make it count. Let's make it a 3-score game. See if we can get in field goal range. Why not? Why not us? And he's brought down by Miles Murphy. Good job by Miles Murphy getting off that blocker. So, Joe, we will call our timeout. First timeout called. Hey, shout out to Zach Taylor for using his timeouts here. Reminder, Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth will have you right when this first half ends. It's 23-7 as it currently sits. Sean Williams just had a great return, which put us in great opportunity to score, which we eventually did go down and score. Jamar Chase with 2 touchdowns. Once again, shout out to Craig Sandlin. I'll give you all my investment advice from here on out. I'll just give you my stock portfolio. You decide what happens with it. Punt is up. Fielded out at the 18-yard line. Kashawn Williams out to the 32. Holding on the return team out to the 14. So we were just seeing where we could get that return out to, weren't we? Let's have fun. Tell Joe, drop back, give him extra protection, give him an extra guy back there, run Tee Higgins and Jamar Chase downfield. And I'll tell you what, if nothing's there, we'll just throw it out of play and then run it run a run play or kneel it the next play. Let's try one time downfield. Let's have fun. Who cares? We're gonna take the kneel out from the 9, and we will take it into halftime. So 23-7, Bengals offense looks amazing. The defense has had a couple hiccups, but for the most part has been okay. They've been okay. They've held Jacoby Brissett to 5 of 11, 73 yards. Joe Burrow, 176. They'll get to all it in the halftime show. So without further ado, Craig Salen, Andrew Collinsworth here with the Chatterbox Bengals halftime show.
All right, Reed, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Andrew, it's a pretty good first half from the Cincinnati Bengals. They lead 23-7. Your initial reaction?
I thought the offense looked good. Obviously, when Mims went down, the pressure started getting to Burrow a little bit. I got a little nervous there because he got a little slow to get up, and anytime that I see him down on the turf, makes my heart skip a beat. But the offense looked great. I thought the defense played well, except for a couple of plays here and there. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I can say that Reed hasn't already said, specifically regarding Barrett Carter, Demetrius Knight, and Geno Stone. That was pretty bad, especially I don't know if you saw this.
Let's not excuse Jordan Battle.
Yeah, fair. But the other defensive backs, the corners look like they're playing pretty well. Dax Hill, DJ Turner having a good game so far. So a lot to be positive about so far. Can't be upset with a 16-point lead at half.
All right, let's break down that first half and how we got to 23-7. The Bengals started the game with the ball. They put together a methodical drive. Burrow hit Jamar Chase for 3 completions on the drive, including the capper, a screen pass that Chase took for a 13-yard touchdown, and the Bengals led 7-0 after a 12-play, 72-yard drive that took up 5:43. Bengals defense forced a 3-and-out, and then the offense put together yet another methodical drive, which took us to the end of the first quarter with the ball resting at the Cardinals' 1-yard line. Bengals had the ball for 13 minutes and 31 seconds in the first quarter. On the first play of the second quarter, Samaje Perine punched it in for a 1-yard touchdown. Point after was no good. Bengals led 13-0. Michael Wilson brought in a 15-yard out route for the Cardinals on the next drive, then did the rest of the work himself, avoiding multiple tackles while tight-roping down the sideline for a 38-yard touchdown to make it 13-7 with 12 minutes left in the half. Bengals and Cardinals trade punts, and then the Bengals take over at their own 2-yard line. Bengals drive, but back-to-back sacks of Joe Burrow after Amarius Mims is out make it 3rd and long. A screen pass to Chase Brown gets them in field goal range, and a 56-yard attempt from McPherson is good. Bengals lead 16-7 with 3:21 to play in the half. Bengals defense forces another punt, and Keshawn Williams returns it 43 yards to the Arizona 36-yard line with 2:21 to go in the half. Chase Brown with a powerful 25-yard run starts the drive, and then 2 plays later, Bengals get into the end zone. It's Jamar Chase again. This time an 8-yard touchdown pass makes it 23-7. Jamar Chase becomes the first player in NFL history to have 80 catches, 1,000 yards, and 7+ touchdowns in each of his first 5 seasons. Bengals lead 23-7, and that's where it stands at the half. Joe Burrow, 16 of 20, 176 yards, 2 touchdowns. Chase Brown, 11 for 67, 3 catches for 40. Jamar Chase, 4 for 47 and those 2 touchdowns. Yoshi, 3 for 31. Perine, 3 for 5, but he did get that touchdown, 1 reception for 8 yards. All right. We said it in the pregame show, Andrew. We talked about Jamar Chase wanted to get into the end zone. He wanted to get his first touchdown since week 7. We talked about the quote. If I'm being honest, my biggest thing in this list is just to score another touchdown. I think I've been overdue since week 7. My biggest thing is just trying to get in the end zone, find the end zone in these last 2 games. He does it twice in the first half. Andrew, we talked about them wanting to prioritize that for Jamar. And obviously on the first drive, he gets 3 catches, including that capper and the touchdown, then gets the easy touchdown there to cap off the first half as well. Your thoughts on Jamar Chase in the first half?
And that first touchdown was, vintage Jamar Chase. I mean, that was exactly what you're expecting to see from him. That was when he gets the ball in space like that, if there's not a defender immediately on him, you can almost guarantee that first guy is going to miss. And I will never get sick of seeing that. And it makes me really glad that he's on our team, because I know the problems that our defense would have trying to face him. So it was great to see him get going, get his touchdowns. Immediately after those touchdowns, I texted you and was like, "Man, Craig, you were on it." So we were expecting it a little bit, but you didn't think that 2 in the first half were going to necessarily be the way that it happened. But credit to him. The first one was really, I mean, it's a little not even necessarily a bubble screen, just getting it out to him with space. And it's worked time and time again. Why not go back to it? Then the second touchdown was, more traditional, I would say, but he's just an incredible playmaker. I'm so glad that the Bengals have him and they were able to lock him up to the extension. It just makes me grateful for having him on our team when I see plays like that.
Yeah, I think what you said is exactly right. It was vintage Jamar Chase. We've seen how many times over the course of his career and of late where the Bengals just feed him the ball and trying to get the ball into their playmakers' hands and allow him to do the rest of the work. Jamar Chase did that on that first drive, made 2 or 3 men miss on that screen pass. And then, as you mentioned, just that easy slant pass there to cap it off and get him his second touchdown of the day. I mean, I'd like to take all the credit in the world for the first touchdown, for the 2 touchdowns, but let's be honest, like, this was one of those things that if you listen to Jamar Chase throughout the week and what he was saying, it was one of those things that you just knew that they were going to feed him early. And that's exactly what they did. They did only have 4 completions to Jamar Chase in the first half, but again, not much to complain about when you're up 23-7. And they did it, Andrew, with sustained drives. And I want to talk about a couple team stats here. Obviously, I went over some individual stats, but some team stats from the first half. Bengals get 17 first downs in the first half on 40 total plays to the Cardinals' 19 total plays. They outgained the Cardinals 230 yards to 91. In the time of possession, I mentioned that first quarter was 13 minutes and some change. In the first half, the Bengals held the ball for 22 minutes and 11 seconds compared to the Cardinals having it for under 8 minutes in the half. I mean, pretty common story that if you're going to have the ball for 22 minutes and a half, you're probably going to be in a good position at halftime. And that's exactly what the Bengals did here on this one. Sustained drive to start it, sustained drive on their second drive. And that's really been the story here.
Yeah, that first quarter, I think that the Cardinals ended up having a minute and 23 of possession. That's incredible to be able to hold a team to only getting 1 possession, and I think it was a 3 and out. So credit to the Bengals for being able to do that. And that's, I mean, if we were to talk about the game plan for how this team was going to win games this year, they're executing it to a perfection today. Like, this is, if you told me at the beginning of the year, yeah, the Bengals are going to go 12-5, this is how I would expect them to go 12-5. Keep the ball in the offense's hands, have long drives, be able to push the ball down the field at the same time. It's been great to see how they've performed here in this first half. It just goes to show, sometimes if you don't have a great defense, you really need to keep the ball in the offense's hands as much as possible, and that's what they've done. Obviously, Cardinals get the ball coming out of half, but be able to build this lead to 16 going into that second half is massive.
Yeah, and obviously the defense, as you mentioned, did their job for the most part there in the first half, minus the 1 play to Michael Wilson, and that was an embarrassment, I guess, to say the least. Obviously, it's one thing for him to find an open zone against zone coverage there and get that 15-yard out route. I'm not really too worried about the catch, but then Barrett Carter can't catch up with him. Geno Stone basically whiffs on a tackle on the sideline. Jordan Battle stops playing. I mean, that's kind of the story of this Bengals defense throughout the years. They give up those big plays. They don't really do a good job of tackling. And I don't know if Jordan Battle expected Michael Wilson to try and cut it back inside, and that's why he was waiting on the inside, but he just didn't really do anything. And so other than that 1 play, I thought that they played pretty well. You mentioned a couple of pass breakups from the secondary. I mean, they held Trey McBride in check for the most part there in the first half. I think for the most part, if we would have said, all right, going into halftime, Trey McBride's going to have 2 catches for 18 yards, I think we'd be pretty happy with that. I think in general you're probably pretty happy anyway, but just that one play just kind of mars the effort that was given on the rest of the first half.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think that the defense played pretty well except for that one play, and that's what's really sticking out in my mind, unfortunately, because it was so egregiously bad. It was just, and then the first thing that came to my mind was that Monday night game 8 years ago or whenever it was against Pittsburgh when Le'Veon Bell tiptoes down the sideline, and I don't remember who the linebacker was who was going after. It might have been Nick Vigil or somebody like that. And the dark Dalton days
A
of
Nick
Bengals
Vigil
football.
reference on the Chatterbox Bengals in 2025.
Well, that's the first thing that came into my mind, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I remember how frustrating it was at the time, and it's equally as frustrating now, even though the game means significantly less today than it probably did then, even though they might have been 3-10. I can't stand losing to the Steelers. So watching that today was the first thing that popped in my head, and I just do not understand how that happens. And today, I don't know if it was because of a lack of effort. Like you talked about Jordan Battle. Maybe they're just kind of giving up on the play, thinking that his teammates had it, which, given the spot on the field with 3 Bengals right around him, that you would expect them to make a tackle. But at the same time, you just can't give up on the play. Barrett Carter with very little authority to push Wilson out of bounds there. And then Geno Stone launching to try to, I don't know, was he trying to lay him out on the sideline? I have no idea what he was trying to do because, really your only job there is to just stop him from scoring a touchdown. And to not be able to do that was disappointing. So it sticks out in my mind, but again, you can't take away from what they did the rest of the half. And this isn't a good Cardinals team. We'll call it how it is. They're not very good, but they do have some decent weapons. And so to be able to keep them to 7 points, credit to the defense and credit to sustained drives like we talked about previously. I mean, that's a big part of it as well.
Yeah, I think the second half plan is probably going to be a lot of the same of the first half, but anything in particular for you as we look towards the second half of this one? Just
keep Burrow upright, please. Just do whatever it takes to make sure that he's not on the turf as much as possible. And, I would just continue to be aggressive, try to build that lead, get Flacco in there for some of the fourth quarter like you did last week. That'd be great. But, just continue to keep your foot on the gas. You can't let up at any point. 16 points seems like a comfortable margin, but then, Cardinals come out at half, they score a touchdown and they get a 2-point. All of a sudden it's a 1-point game. So this 16 points can be a little misleading at times. So you just got to keep your foot on the gas and continue to follow the game plan that you've been doing. And I think maybe seeing a little bit more Chase Brown. He seems to be on a heater today as well. So if we can see more of him in the second half, that might be key as well.
Yeah, Chase Brown already over 100 all-purpose yards, 67 on the ground. If you've got a live line for him to go over 100 yards rushing today, I certainly would think about taking that. We'll take a quick look around the league as we get ready here for the second half kickoff. The Cleveland Browns looking to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers and force a winner-take-all between the Steelers and Ravens in Week 18. They lead 10-6. Shedeur Sanders is 12 of 17 for 164 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown went to Harold Fannin Jr. Tennessee Titans lead 20-10 over the New Orleans Saints there in Nashville. Chigakonkwo and Alec Eomanor receiving touchdowns from Cam Ward. He's 11 of 15 for 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence ran into the end zone, as did Jonathan Taylor. Colts lead 10-7 early in the second half in Indianapolis. Miami Dolphins up 17-7 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Quinn Ewers 144 yards and 2 touchdowns in that one. The 2 touchdowns to Theo Weiss and Greg Dulcich. I'm sure everybody had those tickets in your betting slips as well. New England Patriots up huge, 35-3 over the New York Jets. Drake May with 4 passing touchdowns. Stephon Diggs over 100 yards in the first half for that one. And then the Seahawks and Panthers all knotted up at 3 apiece in Carolina. Second half is underway in Cincinnati. We'll send it back to Reed Mouse to take you through the rest of the game. For Andrew Collinsworth, I'm Craig Sandlin. We'll see you after the game.
Thank you, Andrew and Craig. Welcome back, all. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting started here in the second half. They did a great job, per usual. Craig Sandlin, I don't know where I'd be in this world without that man. I mean, probably still in Hamilton, Ohio, but First and 10 for the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett's first pass is incomplete. And we are started here in the third quarter. Howdy, how you guys feeling about this one? Feels like we've got a good lead, but that's never stopped us before. Second and 10 here for Jacoby Brissett, who's 5 for 12. He will go under center. Bengals with 230 yards in that first half. Cardinals with only 91. Fakes the handoff. Brissett dropping back to pass, looking downfield. And the pass is going to be incomplete to Trey McBride, who's asking on the sideline for a little DPI. He's not going to get it because that was a clean play. There might have been a little something there. Might have been a little something there. All right, third down here. It's third down. Jacoby. Dropping back to pass. Surveys the field, plenty of time. Now he's stepping up, and he will try to run, but from behind, Myles Murphy will bring him down for the sack, and that's going to be a 3-and-out for the Arizona Cardinals. The Bengals defense has come to play today. I mean, they had that one really bad drive, but other than that, they've been really, really good. That boy Myles Murphy. See, that's the athleticism that you expect to see from a first overall pick or a first round pick. I mean, the speed he showed there at the end to close that. Not that Jacoby Brissett is the fastest guy in the league, but he can still wiggle a little bit. And Williams is going to be brought down at the 13-yard line. So a 3-and-out. Punt on the opening drive for the Bengals. The Bengalis. And we'll see how the offense goes. So the handoff to Chase Brown. Brown will get 3 yards, brought down after a gain of 4. So it's going to be 2nd and 6. Second and 6. Burrow will send Mitchell Tinsley in motion. Burrow looking over to his right. Jamar Chase, who is tripped up 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Really nice play there from Burke. All right, so it's going to be 3rd and 12. 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8. See if we can not go 3-and-out here. Tanner Hudson in the backfield with Burrow. 3 wide. Ball on the right hash mark. Stepped up in is also Samaje Perine. So a lot of extra help. Burrow trying downfield. Has Tee Higgins wide open. And he will make the catch well downfield all the way out to the Cardinals' 42-yard line. Burrow, I mean, Higgins has beaten their man a few times now, beating his man a few times. And Burrow's underthrown him both times, but drops one right in the bucket there. And Joe trying to get T killed by that safety. He's underthrown him a few times, hasn't he? But, I mean, perfect timing to get it in there. I mean, he did get it in between the safety and the cornerback. Feels like if you just kept throwing it further, this man beat, you're probably good there. But regardless, it's 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's got a big hole, and he's going to be brought down after a gain of 7. Brown's going to go for 200 yards today combined. He was at 100 in the first half. If we keep holding on to this lead, Joe better not be playing in the fourth quarter. I'll say that. Like if we expand on this lead from where it's at right now going in the fourth, he shouldn't play. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Brown is hit at just a yard behind the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be 3rd and 2. Let's get in the end zone. Let's get at the tee. So 3rd and 2. Bob Gibson says, let Joe cook. Let's let him cook. Joe, with Samaje to his left, takes the snap, looking over the middle of the field, finds Tee Higgins. It's going to be a first down, slant route for T. Over the middle of the field, and the Bengals move the chains. 1st and 10, ball out on the 28-yard line. Let Reed sing. That's what everyone loves. They love when I sing, baby. They want me to sing. We can run, pass, or boot. That's how we score. Burrow, alone in the backfield, 5 wide, ball out on the right hash mark from the 28. Trips to the open side of the field. They'll move Mike Gesicki in on the line. Gesicki, nothing to do, so now he'll work out to his left. Burrow's going to have to get rid of it as no one was able to get open. 2nd and 10. 9:58 to play here in the third quarter. 65 degrees down in Cincinnati. The wind's about 20 miles an hour, so it's picking up. Oh, no. Second and 10. Getting the ball out to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase will have the first down for the Cincinnati Bengals. We lost our score bug. Gonna have to get that back. So 1st and 10 for the Bengals. So 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line. Let's get Higgins in. Mitchell Tinsley moved into motion behind the line. Joe Burrow hands the ball off to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is going to have a 4-yard carry. So 2nd and 6. Sorry, I'm getting the score bug. Back in position. 2nd and 6 from the 12-yard line. Burrow under center. Moves Tanner Hudson in motion. Hand the ball off once again to Chase Brown. Chase Brown is hit behind the line. He's running really hard today. They're actually going to get him back to the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 3rd and 6 from the 11? So 3rd and 5 from the 11. With an offsides, that's going to give us first down, right? It's 3rd and 5 from the 11. Move the chains. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 6. Neutral zone infraction. All right, I'm locked in, guys. I'm locked in. Sorry, I had to get that score bug back out. Is it first and goal? Should be first and goal. All right, first and goal from the 6-yard line. Burrow, Chase Brown to his right. Chase Brown has not scored today. I said that wrong. Samaje Perine scored earlier in the game. They hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown cuts back. He's in the end zone. Chase Brown gets in. Had 3 touchdowns last week. 29-7. Now we're waiting for the PAT. 7:33 to play. Like I said, if the Bengals hold on to this lead, Joe Burrow better not play in the fourth quarter. Chase Brown, good cut, gets in the end zone. He was inevitable. What a game he's having. What a game. Had 100 yards in the first half, running really hard today. What's he up to? 90 rushing yards, 130 yards, and a touchdown. PAT, waiting for it. Kick is up and good. We're going to make this quick. We're going to make this quick because we got a big lead, 23-point lead. It's 37. Here them Bengals growl in. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. And offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat the Bengals? Who they think going to beat the Bengals? Nope. Oh, body. Who they, guys? 37, 7:33 to play here in the third quarter. The more likes, the faster Reed will sing. Come on, is my singing that bad? I know I'm not a good singer, but like you guys are making it sound like it's the worst thing you've ever heard. I feel cheated, Reed, says Blackmore. No, we just want more likes. All right, fair enough. You're not hurting my feelings by telling me that I'm a bad singer. Like, I know that. So if it's really bad, I'll take singing classes. I'll find an instructor and we'll take singing classes. It's a Grammy. Thank you. When I was in college, I took an acting class. And part of my acting class was you had to try out for the spring musical. And I tried out. Was thought for the part. They had me try out a few times, and at one point they made me sing. And 2 things. I wasn't going to get the part because I played baseball, and it couldn't have happened. But I remember when I went in there and auditioned to sing, they told me, like, we're good, thanks. 200 likes, and Reed takes voice lessons. Deal. Do I need voice lessons? Is that singing lessons? Are voice lessons and singing lessons the same thing? Sing from your diaphragm. I don't want to poop. I know what a diaphragm is. I'm kidding. Should be me, Ray, Doe there. Cincinnati. And win a game for Cincinnati. So it is bad. That's all right. That's okay. 37, we got a big lead. If we get 300 likes, I will audition for the local musical or play that whatever local I don't even know where that is in Hamilton. Actually, I think I do. 300 likes and I will audition for the local play. Definitely appreciate the passion, though. Thanks. It is so hot in this room. I don't normally get hot, but I am ungodly hot. Casey will film it all, too. That's right. $500 likes, and I'll do a live stand-up set at the local Funny Bone, local comedy club. and it will be filmed. We'll film it. 1st and 10 for the Cardinals out at the 17-yard line. Jacoby Brissett drops back, stepping up in the pocket. Now getting rid of it. Incomplete pass. Really nice play there by Dax Hill to disrupt the pass intended for Elijah Higgins. Second and 10. Brissett dumping it out to Trey McBride, who is then met by a pack of Bengals. I did not have fun. I'll admit this. I did not have fun. I mean, I hanging out with Craig and Casey last week was awesome. That was fun. I didn't have fun watching the Bengals. Like, I did not enjoy beating the crap out of the Dolphins last week. I'm enjoying this. I think I've gotten comfortable in understanding where I'm at in this season. 3rd and 9. Brissett drops back to pass, has time, incomplete. There's going to be a flag thrown near the backfield. Michael Wilson walking off the field, then turns around. This isn't going to be defensive holding, right? It wasn't thrown in the backfield. It was thrown like at the line of scrimmage late in the play. Illegal formation on the offense. Threw that so late. All right, another punt. Sean Connor gets on my case for saying I want a boring season from the Bengals. I'll tell you this about the Bengals season. It has not been boring this year. Started 3 different quarterbacks, injuries, false hope, no hope, getting embarrassed. Wilson fields it out the 30-yard line, then is met by a tackler out the 40. Guys, I gotta open up this door because it is getting hot in here. I might be a baby because it says the thermostat's set at 70. So, like, that's warm, but not super warm. So we got a penalty on the Houdays. Sean, as a Bengals fan, can we get Sean Connor? Can we get good drip on Zach Taylor? He looks like he just like. Zach Taylor's attire does not feel like an NFL coach's. It feels like they have a box and they're handing out like all the merch. They're like, hey, here's Jamar, here's Joe, and then like after they get down to the final player, they're like, hey, here's Tyson Anderson's, here's DJ Ivy's, and then like, oh, Zach, we just got this nondescript Bengals hoodie. You want this? It might not even be your size. And then that's what he wears to the games. Like, can we get better attire from our head coach? Golly. It looks like the hat he gets is like not even NFL mandated. Nate keeps his house at 72. I've got to admit that I think that I'm just being a baby. I went on a run and a bike ride this morning, so I might just be overheated, but shout out to Josh Allen. I've seen Josh Allen now on 2 different commercials. He's getting some money. I knew you'd appreciate that, Sean. We've had some previous conversations about that. It's not even that he wears like tight clothes. Blackmore says Zach wears schmediums. It's the fact that like it literally looks, like I said, like it looks like the pro shop was out of stuff. And they're just like, you got this hoodie. It's last year's. It's just black and has a Bengal B in the middle. You want it? And he's like, yeah, sure, I'll wear that. NBA coaches don't wear suits anymore. That's right. Football coaches used to wear suits. MLB managers used to wear suits. I do find it funny that the MLB, baseball is the only sport where we make the coach wear the uniform. Like, can you imagine Bill Belichick in full, like, pads and everything like that? It'd be silly. Greg Popovich in a basketball uniform, it'd be silly as hell. But I don't know what it is about baseball. We want you to wear a uniform. All right, 2nd and 7. Nate runs at night. Yeah, when it gets too cold, it's actually bad for your lungs to run in that cold of air. 2nd and 7. 5 wide. Ball on the 21-yard line. Quick out to Jamar Chase, who can't get a man to miss. It's going to be 3rd and about 4. $5 super chat from Noah Downing. If Zach wasn't a head coach, he'd be the type of guy to buy his whole wardrobe from Dollar General for legit no reason. That is funny. That's true. Like, it genuinely seems like which I respect out of a guy. Like, I'm not a guy who cares about what I wear all too often, how I look. I don't care that much. Zach is like that, no doubt. Joe Burrow's Christmas presents to his linemen are wild. The stuff that he gets, wild. 3rd and 5. Burrow looking for Tanner Hudson for the first down. Hold on, Tanner. Out to the 41-yard line. Evades one tackler as they were trying to strip for the ball. Does a little wiggle. Tanner Hudson, Super Bowl champion Tanner Hudson. And don't you forget it. Super Bowl champ. 1st and 10 for Burrow. Moves Mitchell Tinsley in motion, under center, out at the 41-yard line. Handoff. Is that Taj Brooks? Taj Brooks with a carry. 2nd and 6. There we go, Craig. That's right. Taj Brooks sighting. 2nd and 6. Let's see if we can get in the end zone. Let's get. Listen, if Tee Higgins scores, we get the whole merry band. Jamar gets 2. Chase Brown goes for 150 yards, and Tee Higgins gets a touchdown. I love that. Joe Burrow scrambling out to his left. Has to get rid of it. Second and 6. Chucks it downfield. Nobody home. Was just getting rid of it. Had to throw it down to Chase Brown, who was downfield. It's 3rd and 6. Out at the 45-yard line, near midfield. Rick says Zach tanks season so he can buy Bengals merch on the cheap. That's funny. Joe, what's your favorite dinosaur? Oh, that's cute. 3rd and 6. 4 wide. Is that Pirine out there? Yeah, Samaje Pirine back in the game. Burrow steps up in the pocket. Looks like he might take it himself. Looks downfield for Mike Gesicki. We had Jamar Chase wide open too. Mike Gesicki way downfield. Joe Burrow with the best of Mike Gesicki for another Cincinnati Bengals. First down. Said Pirine laid a dude out. Let's watch this replay. Blitz coming in. Oh! Get a pancake on the board there, Pirine. This Cardinals defense is significantly worse than us. Stephanie, thank you so much for being here every Sunday. We appreciate it. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Burrow. Who are we getting the ball out? Is that Cody Ford? Cody Ford! Cody Ford gets a reception and then bulldozes the Cardinals defense. That was awesome. Lined up on the outside, and we threw it to him. Hey, I mentioned it earlier. Let's get Cody Ford if we get a big... Man, that's awesome. He catches it, and no one can bring him down all the way to the 2-yard line. Let's get Cody Ford in the end zone. Hand the ball off to Cody Ford. That is awesome. Burrow in shotgun, hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Is he in? He's in. Chase Brown gets in for his second touchdown. Bengals take a huge lead. I think that's enough for everyone. We good? We good with Joe? Let's not get Joe in trouble. Let's not get Joe. Cody Ford with a reception. That was awesome. The TikTokers hate to see it. This has been a fun game. 36-7. Although I'll say this, guys. I mean, there's a lot of time left. 17 minutes. If you bet the over, if anyone's got an over ticket, I wouldn't say it's in trouble yet, but the way this game's going, I think that this you might get close to not having an over. What was it, 52? We're at 43. Need 2 touchdowns. We'll see. Speed run on the song. We'll see how fast I can do it. Hey, everyone give me over-unders on the time. I need at least 5 over-unders on how quickly I can sing it. I've never timed this ever in my life. Oh, they're saying he's down. Oh, yep, his elbow's down before he gets in the end zone, so we're going to go from the half-yard line. Oh. They're not going to give it to us. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 1. It's not going to be a touchdown, but we're going to get in there. So here's what I want. Give me an over-under of how quickly. I'm going to sing it as fast as I can. How quickly I can sing the touchdown song. Cincinnati, we got a team right here in town, ain't going to ever let us down. Into who they twice. Who they think going to beat them Bengals. I've never timed it ever. I'm going to do it as fast as I can. I need over under 3.5 minutes. David Shaw, I'll take the under. But I can draw it out that long if we want to put money on it. 8.5 seconds? Come on. I'm guessing, can I get it done in 22? 22 is my line. 45? I think I can get it done in 22 seconds. Does anyone want to take me up on the over? 22 seconds? Yeah, we're just going to give it to him again, Craig. He was down. His elbow was down. So we're reviewing it. He's down at the 1-yard line. Give it to him again. We got a Netflix commercial, and I can't remember the last time I've seen a Netflix commercial. A commercial for their content. In a while. Wild. 21.5 is the over. Molly saying plus 22. Molly, good to see you. Hopefully your holidays were good. Blackmore thinks he's in. His elbow touched down before the ball got across. Elbow puts you down. Yeah, just give it to Chase Brown again. Unless we want to give it to Cody Ford, unless we want to be fun with it. Let's be fun with it. I'm singing fast. I'm trying to sing it as fast as I possibly can sing it. But I can't skip over lyrics. So 2nd and goal from the half. Yep, his elbow's down before the ball. So he's literally at the inches goal line. Let Cody Ford get the ball. Just do it. I can't, Molly. They got to score first. They haven't scored yet. I'm guessing 22. Correct, Mike Hart. Let Cody finish what he started. Do that same I formation that they had earlier and just hand the ball off to Cody Ford. Let the big boy get in there. Or let Tee Higgins score. Cody Ford's in there along with the entire team. Chase Samaje's behind him. This is the same formation that they had earlier. If we've got a fullback dive, give it to Cody Ford, please. 2nd and goal. Cody Ford moves. They fake the handoff. Oh, tipped pass, almost intercepted. We were trying to get it to Noah Fant. Zach should challenge the spot. He was down. Oh, come on. That would have been so much fun to get the ball to Cody Ford. What are we going to do here? We're just going to run the ball. So we got P. Ryan and Chase Brown. Going to send Lucas Patrick in motion. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown, who will get in there. Score the touchdown. Finish what he started down at the half-yard line. $22.5 is the line on this, on how fast I can sing. We got to see the PAT. I don't know how quickly you can see this. I think you can see it pretty clear. You can see it pretty clear. But we are kicking their arse. I'm going to see if I can get this song, the Cincinnati, and Houday Houday in 22 seconds. Ready? 22 seconds. Here the Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes to Brown, lean and hungry, an offensive brute, run passer boot, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put a point on the board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, we got a team right here in town, ain't going to never let us down. Houday think going to beat the Bengals. Houday think going to beat the Bengals. Nobody. 19 seconds. I could have held that nobody for like 3 whole seconds. 19.22. Someone tell me if I missed a line of the song. I think I got it. 19.22, 37-7, the under hit. Let's go. Please stop, says JJ. J.A. Sorry, it's done. I'm done. 37-7. Don't let Joe Burrow take another snap today. 19.22. That's how quick we got it. You guys are saying 45 seconds. Bird 513 $2 super chat. Thank you, Birds. That Ford F-150 got tuned up today. That's right, Ford. I'm a Chevy guy myself. Someday I'll have a Ford F-150. What a game there for Cody Ford. I like Cody Ford. That's a likable player. Cody Ford has to be the most famous swing lineman in the country because his ex-fiance, ex-girlfriend was a famous TikToker. Like my wife, I went to a game with her, and she found his ex-girlfriend in the crowd and went up to say hi to her. Yeah, let's get Flacco in there. Honestly, so, all right, so let me ask you guys this. Let's get Flacco in there. Would you rather Joe Flacco play and let him try to earn a spot to be a starter next year because he says he wants to continue to play? I think he's still probably got enough in him to play. Or would you rather Jake Browning play and we could figure out if we need to get a backup quarterback? Or would you prefer Jake Browning doesn't play so that we aren't stuck with Jake Browning next year in case Joe Burrow goes down? A lot of things. $2 super chat. Is Trey going to score a touchdown? I need it so bad, said Greasy Bear. Tiana. I remember Tiana. TT. That's my wife always referred to her. Trey McBride. He's not scored. I hope Burrow does not stay in, personally. And I think think I want Joe Flacco to play because I don't want to get locked in with Jake Browning. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Craig, you little rascal. Ball at the 29-yard line. Jacoby Brissett hands the ball off. Nobody home. Gets a gain of half of a yard. Flag thrown. Probably see one more play here in the third quarter. Shamar! Let's go, Shamar Stewart. If Browning plays, the Bengals lose 43-37, says Molly. Shema! 3rd and 10. Third and 10. Pass goes to Trey McBride. Trey McBride will have the first down as he's brought down by Davis. Geno Stone once again showing why we love him so much in this town. I mean, I cannot wait to never watch Geno Stone play another snap in this league. 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Jacoby Brissett, big, deep drop, and he's going to be brought down. Look at that. Sack. TJ Slayton. And that'll take us into the fourth quarter. Stone is a joke. Geno Stone is a joke. We're heading in the fourth quarter. Let's do it. I'm sitting down here, taking a breather. Whoop. So what are we looking for? We won this game. We're going to be 6-10. What are we looking for the final 15? We looking to get patent stats. I assume we're all good on seeing Joe Burrow play anymore. Like, we got to see Joe Flacco. I think we want Joe Flacco over Jake Browning. Oh, Jake Browning's the emergency quarterback. He can't even play. What am I talking about? He's the emergency third quarterback. Want some fours. That was a silly conversation that I was having earlier. Yeah, he can't even play. Sometimes I get lost in the sauce on here, guys. No matter what we think and feel about Zach, I think 90% of the players like him, which means we are stuck with him. No doubt. Listen, maybe it's easier to swallow that we're having Zach Taylor as the head coach after we kick the crap out of the Dolphins and are kicking the crap out of the Arizona Cardinals right now. That's an easier pill to swallow. Zach, I said this earlier on the stream, he's the Tua Tagovailoa of coaches. And you can take that with you want. I think that's a really good analogy for him. Like, if you want an analogy to a quarterback, he's Tua Tagovailoa. If you have Tua's made it to the postseason, twice? He's thrown for 4,000 yards, 35. He might even have thrown for 40. Like, he's had really good years, but you just know you're very limited with him. And that's how I feel about Zach. Like, when everything's lining up, like, Zach's fine. I don't think we're ever going to have a team that excels expectations because of Zach Taylor. But I also don't think that he's necessarily a huge obstacle to get in the way. And like part of the reason that people always say like it could get worse, and you're right, I don't like operating in the world of it could be worse, because if it's not working, it's not working. But I guess at some point you just like the bed's already made, just go ahead and lie in it. Like he's coming back. You know Stone will be back. If Geno Stone is back, golly. We cannot have Geno Stone back. Bengals have outscored after, the first quarter, we had the ball for 13 minutes, and since then we've outscored them 30-7 in the last 30 minutes of play. 2nd and 19, they're going to get about 10 yards, 11 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 9. Geno Stone's gone. He's a free agent. We're not bringing him back. 3rd and 5. Jacoby Brissett. Incomplete pass. It's rifled through. Is that Trey McBride's hands, or was it Michael Wilson's? Let's watch Geno Stone on this Michael Wilson catch. Oh, never mind. That was the incomplete pass to Michael Wilson. 4th and 5. You guys are ahead of me significantly. If Geno Stone gets stiff-armed here, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. 4th and 5 from the 44-yard line. Jacoby Brissett takes the snap, drops back to pass. Deep drop, looks over the middle of the field, finds his man. I'll take a friendly wager on that, David Shaw, that Geno Stone is not on the team next year. Jaguars. 33-yard line is where the Cardinals will start. Trey McBride on the catch. Maybe Trey McBride will get in there. He needs 3 more catch. Well, he needed 3 to get most ever by a tight end. How many is he up to? He needs 8. And he's got 1 more week after this. It's up to 5. So, yep. Brissett on 1st and 10, looking downfield and was trying either a 4 McBride, just overthrew him. Enough time to get 50. We still got enough time to get 50. Would love a 50 burger. I don't think we're going to get it. 2nd and 10 from the 21-yard line. $13:29 to play here in the game. We'll send a man in motion. Dumping it out to the running back. Gets it out to DeMarcado. The undrafted running back from TCU. Third and 8. Brissett escapes 1 sack. Make it 2. Eventually dumps it out to Weaver, the wide receiver. 4th and 7. They going for it? They just taking points. They going for it? They just taking the points. They are going for it. Down 33 here in the 4th quarter. Why not? What do they got to lose? Brissett, 3 wide, takes the snap, drops back. Ball is spiked up into the air at the line, and coming down with it is Trey McBride. But McBride, that ball ricocheted off of a helmet, went up in the air 15 feet. McBride came from well behind the line of scrimmage, or well beyond the line to gain, comes in, makes the catch. So add a reception to Trey McBride, and the Bengals will take over. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. What a catch by McBride. That's right. He's going for the all-time receptions by a tight end, which is Zach Ertz from 2018. He now has 6. I think he needed 8 coming into today. What's the most receptions by anyone in a season? Let's see. Michael Thomas had 149 back in 2019, so we're not going to get near that. Unless he has 30 receptions next week. For a tight end, is Jamar Stewart the edge rusher of the future for the Bengals? People are asking. Travis Kelce could break that record. See, someone tweeted me and they said, Travis Kelce to the Bengals? What problems? Or can Travis Kelce tackle? And I said, he tackles every one of the Bengals' problems. That was good content from the Bengals. Should have had a sack or an interception. John, hey, optimistic John. Things are going well today. Let's not play the could have done this, could have done that. We're supposed to be having fun today, John. It's Christmas season. We're winning by 30. Let's have some fun. Pump the brakes a little bit there, Sparky. Cardinals' offensive line is god-awful. I think Jamar Stewart, he could be, I'm not saying he's the next Myles Garrett, but he could be the next J.J. Watt. Oh, man. All right, 1st and 10 from the Bengals here. What's this little vignettes? Oh, the Bengals players that have played for the Bengals and the Cardinals. Carson Palmer, A.J. Green, Dre Kirkpatrick, Joe Burrow, 50 touchdown passes away from the most touchdown passes in Bengals history, and Flacco is in. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Can we not get Chase Brown hurt either? Are we just getting him to 100 yards and calling it a day? Is that all we're doing? Let's get him to 100 yards. Please no on Swifty coming to Cincy. Come on, it'll be fun. 2nd and 8 here for Joe Flacco and the Cincinnati Bengals. Flacco sends Andre Yoshivas in motion. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Looks like we're going to see Joe Flacco drop back to pass here on 3rd down. Noah Fant hasn't been a part of this game really at all. Our sacks have been mostly coverage sacks, but I'll take it. That is right. We haven't been putting a lot of pressure on them today. It's kind of just been long plays developing. Okay. Panthers making this interesting. That's 101 for Chase Brown. Yep, that'll probably be it for him then, right? At the very least, this will be his last drive. Flacco drops back to pass. Flacco, come on. Look at that old man run. Down, 1st down for the Bengals. Let's go. Do you remember Flacco, the 3rd and 16 run that he had against, I think it was the Steelers? I don't even know if we ended up scoring, but that was awesome. When he ran it himself. That was the most fun I've had this season probably. 1st and goal, or 1st and 10 from our own 25-yard line. Andre Yoshivas then in motion. 4 wide. Flacco gets it out to Taj Brooks. Apologies, that's not Taj Brooks, is it? That is Taj Brooks. Taj Brooks with a 9-yard reception on a quick screenplay. Dang ads. Hey, watch those ads. Watch those ads, David. Appreciate a like. Anyone, if you haven't already, please, we'd appreciate a good like. Like our content. It helps us. Reed still has sneaky speed on the bases. I have retired from ball. Officially. Threw away all my baseball pants just yesterday. 2nd and 1. Andre Yoshivas sit in motion. Hands the ball off to Taj Brooks. Brooks runs it up the gut for 4 yards out to the 39-yard line. Are we going to hold on to this ball for the entire fourth quarter? Got a signed Joe Burrow helmet for Christmas. That's awesome. Yeah, just yesterday, Sean. I cleaned out my entire closet yesterday. That's when I threw them away. Going to Goodwill. Thanks for keeping me company at work. Absolutely, Noah. Thank you for keeping me company at work. Appreciate it. No offense in motion. Flacco just buries it on 1st and 10. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Second and 10, 8:34 to play here. Bengals having their best offensive game of the season. They've scored more points. They've had more yards in other games, but they've pretty much been able to do whatever they wanted to today. Mike Hart, that's a good question. What is Hank? Why didn't Henry come back? Mr. What's-It. 2nd and 10. Get it out to Andre Yoshivas, who will have it for a first down. Joe Flacco slinging that thing. It's good to see Joe Flacco and Andre Yoshivas make it a connection. I was worried about that for a few weeks. Why is the starting O-line still in? David Shaw asked. I think we only have, 7 linemen? I think we're only allowed having 7. I think we only have 7 linemen on the depth chart. We typically get 2 reserves. First and 10 from the 49-yard line. Handoff to Taj Brooks, who's met in the backfield. He's lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. But will Burrow have the same logo on his helmet after this season? Yes. Any idea that Joe Burrow is getting traded this offseason is silly. Is very silly. We're going to have another conversation at the end of next year if things don't go well again, but he's going to be a Bengal next year. 2nd and 10. Flacco takes the snap, finds a man, completes the pass, gain of about 5, was completed out to Williams. Lonnie says, typical Bungles. Win games that don't matter. Booty, booty, boo. Booty, booty, boo. I think that's what he was trying to say. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Our best 2 complete games have come against bad teams and at the end of the year when we were eliminated. So, I don't know. Geno Stone is a free agent. I'm pretty sure, David Shaw, he's a free agent, and I just don't think they're going to bring him back. 4th and 4, they'll punt this one away. Good punt by Ryan Rico. Is that the first time we punted today? That is the first punt by two punts by Ryan Rico. 8 minutes to play here. Would love to get Flacco in the end zone. What is Flacco's stats coming in today, this season? Both for the Browns and us. Also, someone give me an update on that Browns-Steelers game. Flacco, 15 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 2-8 record. Ugh. Let's check the scores around the league. Around the NFL, the Browns have a 10-6 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers. If the Browns hold on, next Sunday's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens will be for the AFC North. The Titans have a 26-20 lead over the Saints in Indianapolis in a game that is trying to keep the Indianapolis Colts alive. They are tied 17-17 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Down in Miami, the Miami Dolphins have taken apart their Sunshine State counterparts, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 20-10 with 7 remaining, which that win would smell the end of the season for the Bucs, right? No, if the Panthers win, that'll lock up the NFC South, which the Panthers are losing to the Seahawks 17-10. In New York, the Patriots are dominating the New York Jets 42-10. Games of note in the later slate, we only have 2 4:00 games. That is the New York Giants and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Giants have a 3-point spread. And then obviously the Philadelphia Eagles, Buffalo Bills play at 4:25. Buffalo has a 3-point spread, or favored by 3 points in that one. Tonight we have the Chicago Bears against the San Francisco 49ers. The Bears have cemented the NFC North last night as the Ravens took apart the Green Bay Packers. Did Miles get the sack record? Let's see. I don't know how many he needed, but Miles Garrett today, does not have a sack. Myles Garrett does not have a sack. Colts already eliminated. Sorry, Craig. I thought they had some hope, but I think, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. They're 8-7. You're not going to get in as a wild card at 9-7 or 10-7. Poor Sauce Gardner, by the way. Went from a 1-7 team, joins a new team, and is 1-6 with his new team. 2-13 this year. Golly, what a tear. It's a reminder. The Colts is a reminder that just because going all in is what the fans want, more often than not, is what you shouldn't do. Going all in has a very low success rate. Now, it does sometimes win, but, man, going all in like the Colts did this year. Just a bad bet. 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Are you kidding me? You've won 1 game in the last 7 weeks because of it. Sauce Gardner isn't even a top 5 cornerback in the league anymore, and you're giving 2 first-rounders away from him? Grotesque. Jacoby Brissett here on 3rd and 4 will get a first down out to Michael Wilson. Lonnie says, I think God literally has to send Jesus Christ himself to play every position for us to win a Super Bowl. I would go to church every day thereafter. Maybe go there beforehand. Maybe you'll curry some favor with the Lord. Not top 5. That's bold, says David Shaw. Let's look. Well, I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, he's not a top 5 cornerback this year, according to PFF. And I don't think he was last year. Deep pass. Going to be incomplete there on 2nd and 1. So make it 3rd and 1. 2nd and 10. Apologies. They had the graphic wrong, and I was looking up PFF grades. So 2nd and 10 here, 4:44 to play. This 37-7 masterclass of a game between the Arizona Cardinals and the Cincinnati Bengals. Pass goes down to Trey McBride, completed. It's going to be a gain of 5. What's he up to, 7? That's 7 passes? He needed 8, right? They hand the ball off. That'll be a first down and then some as they're across midfield. On the carry was Michael Carter. That was the record. Thanks, Craig. So he sets the record for receptions by a tight end in a season. Shout out to Trey McBride. Jacoby Brissett drops back, rolling out to his left, running out of time, gets rid of it. And it's going to be an incomplete pass, just throwing it out of play. Needs 108 receiving yards. This was coming into this game. Needs 108 receiving yards, and today he has 53, so he'll need 50 next week to set the Cardinals' receiving yards record. Heading into the season, he was top 5. So why is he not? Sorry, don't understand. See, I don't know if he was top 5 coming into the season. He had a really bad year last year. What happened is they started calling DPIs a little more strict, and that really, in terms of PFF grades and it really just production overall, Sauce Gardner's production plummeted last year. And he's still a good cornerback. Like, he's not a bad cornerback. But over the last few years, he wasn't what he was when he first came in the league because they started calling more DPIs on him. And trading 2 first-round picks for anything south of Champ Bailey is crazy. I mean, you can even take Sutton or Derek Stingley or, the best cornerbacks in the game, and I don't think they're worth 2 first-round picks. I mean, maybe if you think that you're going to be picking late in the draft anyways. Like, if you have, like, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, you think, we're going to have a late 20s, early 30s pick every year, so it's not worth that much. But, like, the Colts had Daniel Jones as their quarterback. That's a risky play. So, like, even if he gets hurt, like, you might be giving up a top 12 pick. Would he still be the best cornerback on our team? Yes, he would be. Yeah, he's not Witherspoon. There's it's not Patrick Surtain. I said Sutton earlier. I meant Surtain. What would I trade for a Sauce Gardner? I wouldn't trade 2 first-round picks. Like, if they want to 1 first-round pick, maybe. If you want to make it a 1st and a 5th, sure. But 2 first-round picks is crazy. They get the ball out to Michael Wilson. He's brought down at the 25-yard line. Out route to Trey McBride as he keeps padding onto those stats. NFL had him at the midpoint as the 4th best wide cornerback in the league. I don't know what happened to the Bucs. Chuck, I mean, they were, 7-1? I mean, it's a weird year for them. Oh! Almost got Jacoby Brissett, and they eventually do bring him down for a sack. Isaiah Foskey got back there first. So 2-minute warning here. $1.56 to play. Cardinals on the doorstep. It's fair, David. I might have been a little zealous on my take. I still, even for the best cornerback in the league, I don't even know if I'd trade 2 first-round picks. Just seemed like a very bold move, especially because you might need to go draft a quarterback here soon. I don't want to hear no Cody Ford slander again. What a game for Cody Ford. How much fun was that? Not only did, and also you have to take on his contract, which is just tough. It's just tough. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. That's fair, David. So we're in agreement there. He would not trade any first-round pick for a corner. Fair. It's got to be Champ Bailey, right? Like you got to have the best guy, like one of the best 10 players in the league for the value that you get out of that position. Isaiah Foskey did make a great play getting off. Yeah, right. Yeah, like prime Darrelle Revis, Deion Sanders, Champ Bailey, sure. No doubt. No doubt. It all, like I said, it also depends on where you're picking, too. Like, if your team's going to be like, if you're the New York Jets, or you are the New York Giants, or you're one of the worst, the Las Vegas Raiders, trading 2 first-round picks for a cornerback is silly as heck because you're going to have 2 top 5 picks in the draft, 2 top 10 picks in the draft. If it's to supplement your team and you're picking later in the draft, that's worth it, 100%. But, I mean, if you had to rank positional value, obviously quarterback's 1. I would say probably 2 is either tackle or edge rusher. I would put interior lineman close after that. I would like cornerbacks. It's important. It's about as important as a really good wide receiver. Cardinals going for it here on 4th and 5, trying to get some points on the board. Brissett takes a snap back, faces pressure, and throws a wobbling pass into the end zone to Trey McBride. There it is, guys. Trey McBride gets the touchdown. In the final moments of this game. $37-13, waiting for the PAT. Where's that super chat? That's right. Where's the super chat that someone said, is Trey going to score a touchdown? I need it badly. Creasy Bear, you got your Trey touchdown. We got a big game. I mean, a close game going on there in Cleveland. $140 down 7. Aaron Rodgers going to take him into OT. Got to go score. Yeah, 6th or 7th most important player on a team, arguably. David, we're on the same page there when it comes to cornerback. Like, it's not like he's not as Like, he's a good quarterback's way more valuable than a good running back. Or a good, I don't know. But having would you trade two first round picks for Jackson Smith and Jigba? Would you trade 2 first round picks for, think about it like that. Like, would you trade 2 first round picks for Jackson Smith and Jigba or Puka Nacua? I wouldn't. Seems like a tall price. AFC North should not be allowed to have a representative in this year's playoff. Wouldn't that be hilarious if they put a caveat in your division? Like, if you don't, like, they're obviously whoever wins the AFC North is going to have a over 500 record. But I'd say once every 5 years we have a team that has a losing record. Tom Brady's last year in Tampa, where they have a losing record, gets into the postseason. It'd be really funny if they if you do not get over 500, you lose the right to have a team in the playoffs. Rank the top 10 most important positions on a team. Here, we got time here. Number 1's quarterback, clearly. Tackle, your left tackle, 2. So I'll do this by position groups, right? Like, I won't just say your Mike linebacker. So quarterback, tackle, edge rusher. I would probably say you could then go to the other tackle or your other edge rusher. Interior defensive lineman. And then you're probably going 1 pass catcher and then 1 cornerback. I'd probably lean just the way that the draft is going and more good wide receivers are coming out and it's getting harder and harder to find good cornerbacks, that I'd go cornerback is more valuable than wide receiver just by the position in which you replace it. So then I'd go cornerback, wide receiver. Then I would say linebacker's probably more valuable than a safety, who's probably more valuable than a center, who's probably more valuable than a running back. So somewhere along that. Captain Buckeye in here. Have we ever seen Captain Buckeye and Sean Connor in the same room? Have we ever seen them chatting at the same time? I'll give you time to get both those logged in and chatting at the same time, Captain Buckeye. 150 to play here, 37-14. What a win. Oh man, Steelers going to win this. Kind of want to turn that game on, guys. We'll ride this one out. We head to the final. Oh, we're just gonna take knees. They're gonna let us knee it out. Do I get the Steelers Browns game? Can we turn that one on before we go? Well, we have to go to the show. But when that ticker goes, we're playing the intro, and we're doing postgame. Me and Craig Sandlin will be on the postgame. Thank you guys all for being here. Give us a like, subscribe. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll be back next week for our final Chatterbox Bengals full game day between the Browns and us, as the Bengals will go to be 7-10. But here we go. Final play of the game for both this game and the Steelers game, as I've turned that one on. So the Steelers trying to make this go into OT, as that's what I'm going to be chiming to as the Bengals were kneeing it out. Aaron Rodgers tries the end zone. Incomplete pass. Browns win. Next week will be for the AFC North between the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Me and Craig Sandlin will be back in 2 minutes. Hope to see you guys there.
Puts it right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a Andrews at the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone. Touchdown, A.J. Green.
Over goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards. And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Craig Sandlin, Reed Mouse here on the postgame show for Chatterbox Bengals. This was a dominating win, but Craig, I let you take over the reins because it was, I don't know how you felt. We were together last week. We had a lot of fun. Last week didn't feel fun in terms of watching the game. It was fun hanging out with you, but I was just like, whatever, who cares? I had a little more enjoyment watching this one, and maybe it was the way that the Bengals played, getting the ball to Cody Ford, getting Jamar Chase a couple of scores. Maybe the financial stakes there were a little more fun for me. Shout out to you on that one. But this game softened my heart a little bit, and I had a little more fun. Did you feel any similar affection towards it?
Back-to-back snoozers for the Bengals fans. I mean,
Sure.
it's not very often that I find myself yawning during Bengals games, but the last 2 weeks I found myself yawning as they ran away with easy routes. And look, I don't want to complain about it, right? I wish we would have 2 routes earlier in the season that should have been routes with the Jets and maybe the Bears, but for sure the Jets. And it would have been nice to be yawning during that game instead of what actually happened. So, look, it is what it is. These are games that you were supposed to win, Reed, and it's frustrating because, as you said during the broadcast, and as many others have said as well, like these were the games that were supposed to cement your way into the playoffs, right? You were supposed to beat up on the Dolphins, you're supposed to beat up on the Cardinals, and you're supposed to beat the Browns next week, and you're supposed to be rolling into the playoffs with at least 3 straight wins, and instead here we are where these 3 wins don't really mean a whole lot. And so it's frustrating in the fact that the wins don't mean as much as they should, but at the same time, it's good to see the team is doing what you were hoping that they would do during the last 3 weeks. And would have been nice for them to mean something, but alas, here we are. I guess the question that I'm going to ask you is, all right, you've won 2 straight. You've shown that your offense can do what it needs to do, which isn't really a surprise. But what does next week look like for you going up against the Browns in a meaningless game? It sounds like Joe Burrow will play, but how much?
Yeah, it's funny because I actually got on Stone Shields on his case because we had this long conversation. We had these long takes back when Joe Burrow first said he was coming back, and it looked like the Bengals season was going awry, right? Like they were 3-8 at the time. I'm like, why is Joe Burrow coming back? If you want to have him play until the door is completely closed, That's fine. We've seen him do heroic things. Let him play. But the second we lost the Bills game, it's like, all right, what are we doing anymore, right? Like, why are we having our fragile quarterback? And I got on Stone's case because in the midst of all of that, he was like, have Joe Burrow play until that final week. Well, that game doesn't mean anything. Then he can sit. And I just sat there and I was just like, whoa. How does that make any sense? Like, play until the final week? And then we sit him down? And the only reason he said that is because teams sit guys all the time in the final week. There had been a precedent set. It wasn't because it means any less, because, as we know, this game, last week's game against the Dolphins, even that Ravens game meant nothing. Because the season was done. It was over. Door was closed. It was done. Finito. So if I was against Joe Burrow playing those games, I should be against him playing this final week. So once again, I'll reiterate that point to where I don't want Joe Burrow to play next week. Don't want him. It seems, especially Myles Garrett trying to get the sack record and all these stuff, it doesn't make any sense for Joe Burrow to play. But if he's going to play, I'll root for him. I'll root for him to be healthy and everything like that. But it doesn't make any sense to have anybody play next week. The same way that it didn't make any sense to have anyone play the last 3 weeks. So my mental state stays the same going into these games. I hope they win, I guess. If they're going to try and win, I hope they win. I hope everyone stays healthy, but I don't want them to, and I don't want anybody to play because I don't want anyone to get hurt, if that makes sense, Craig. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to have happen is somebody, get a significant injury at the end of, a meaningless game in week 18 against a Browns team that's already eliminated. You're already eliminated. And now all of a sudden you've got guys missing time next year because of injuries that happen in meaningless games. But, I think they're competitors. I guess I would probably expect some sort of like preseason style game plan where the starters probably play a half or something, right? And then kind of play it by ear then. But yeah, I'm with you. Like we're going to do our show. We're going to cheer like we normally do. But at the end of the day, it means nothing. And so I'd almost just prefer whoever has contract incentives, make sure that they get their incentives, and otherwise let's just get healthy and go on to the off season.
Contract incentives is actually something I didn't think of. That's a really good point. But I'll say this. I don't typically get jaded. I feel like I'm pretty good about, like, when I'm wrong, it's whatever. I'm wrong a lot. If I'm right, I'll hold on to it. I don't do victory laps or anything like that. I don't get jaded when I disagree with people or debate people or have these arguments. And we had those arguments for like a month straight about should Joe Burrow play, and everything like that. But everyone that said that they wanted Joe Burrow should play, he's got to play this out now. Like, I will be jaded about that. Like, if you wanted him to play 3 weeks ago, he better play this week too, because that's what you wanted. You wanted him playing in meaningless games. Don't change the opinion now in this final week just because there had been some precedent set. And for them to go, and then people will back off and go like, oh, what about Myles Garrett? Well, Myles Garrett plays for the Browns. Do you want Joe Burrow to play a meaningless game against Myles Garrett? What did you tell me when Joe Burrow first came back? You can't play scared. I know you don't want Joe Burrow to play because these games don't mean a whole lot, but you can't play scared. Well, don't play scared now just because the greatest defensive players on the other side. We're not scared now. We're playing the game. We're playing the game. So I don't get jaded very often. I do get a little jaded about this particular take. I'll still repeat it, though. I don't want him to play. But for those that wanted him to play, he better freaking play this week because that's what you guys wanted. Let's move on to the next topic.
Yeah, just as a reminder, I wanted him to come back and play against the Patriots. I wanted him to come back early. So
that's right.
I know
you
you're
did.
not specifically talking to me, but
if we would have won that, if he came back early, won that game, and it would have been all gravy. All right, I'd have a different conversation. Same with the Ravens. If we would have beaten the Bills, I'd be like, all right, it was worth it. But the second that the season was done, it's like, all right, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? But
yeah. All right, well, let's break down this one, Reed. Bengals win 37-14. Let's give you your weekly bathroom break if you need it. I've got a nice long game recap for this one, so if you do need your bathroom break, now's a great time to take
I'm here, brother.
All right. Bengals start the game with the ball, put together a methodical drive. Burrow hit Jamar Chase for 3 completions, including the capper, a screen pass that Chase took for 13-yard touchdown. Bengals lead 7-0 after a 12-play, 72-yard drive, taking up 5:43. Bengals defense forces a 3-and-out. That's a common theme you'll hear throughout. Offense puts together another methodical drive, which takes us to the end of the first quarter, ball resting at the Cardinals' 1-yard line. Bengals had the ball for 13:31 in the first quarter. First play of the second quarter, Samaje Perine punches it in for a 1-yard touchdown. Point after no good. Bengals lead 13-0. Michael Wilson brought in a 15-yard out route for the Cardinals, then did the rest, tight roping down the sideline for a 38-yard touchdown, making multiple Bengals miss, including Geno Stone, to make it 13-7 with 12 minutes left in the half. Bengals and Cardinals trade punts, and then the Bengals take over at their own 2-yard lines. Bengals drive, but back-to-back sacks of Joe Burrow makes it 3rd and long. Screen pass to Chase Brown gets them in field goal range, and Evan McPherson connects from 56 yards. 16-7 is the Bengals lead with 3:21 to play in the half. Bengals defense forces another punt, and Keyshawn Williams returns it 43 yards to the Arizona 36. And with 2:21 to go, Bengals take over in plus territory. Chase Brown with a powerful 25-yard run starts the drive. Then Bengals get into the end zone 2 plays later. Burrow and Jamar Chase connect again, this time an 8-yard touchdown pass, making it 23-7. Chase becomes the first player in NFL history to have 80 catches, 1,000 yards, and 7+ touchdowns in each of his first 5 seasons. Bengals go into the half with a 23-7 lead. Cardinals start the ball in the second half, but a Miles Murphy sack forces a punt. Burrow then connected deep with Tee Higgins for a 39-yard gain to get them into Cardinals territory. Chase Brown would cap off the drive with a 6-yard touchdown dive. Bengals extend their lead to 30-7. Defense yet again forces a Cardinals punt. Offense puts together another long drive highlighted by a Cody Ford. Yes, you heard that right. Cody Ford, 21-yard reception. Chase Brown gets his second rushing touchdown of the day, a 1-yarder to extend the lead to 37-7. Shamar Stewart registered his first career sack on the ensuing Cardinals drive. TJ Slayton then added a sack as well on the last play of the third quarter. Cardinals go for it on 4th and 7 from the Bengals 18, but the pass is tipped at the line and the Cardinals turn it over on downs. Joe Flacco took over for the second straight week with more than 10 minutes left to play. He and the offense would chew up 5 minutes off the clock before punting. Trey McBride, who broke the single-season tight end reception record in this one, would add a garbage time TD with under 2 minutes remaining. Bengals kneel out the clock and win 37-14. Joe Burrow, 24 of 31, 305 yards and 2 touchdowns in this one. Chase Brown, 22 carries. He remained in with Joe Flacco to eclipse 100 yards rushing. He did have those 2 touchdowns, added 3 receptions for 40 yards. Jamar Chase, 7 for 60 and 2 touchdowns in this one. Samaje Perine, 3 carries, just 5 yards, but he did have that touchdown. I put Dax Hill on the breakdown. 3 passes defended. I thought Dax Hill had a really nice showing today against these Cardinals receivers and tight end. He was matched up with Trey McBride a lot early on, and then matched up with Michael Wilson as well in the second half. So shout out to Dax Hill. He had a nice day today as well. And that is how we get there. 37-14. Reed, Bengals make it look easy on offense. They put up 37 in this one, back-to-back weeks, putting up 37 plus. Obviously put up 45 last week against the Dolphins. This is the offense that I think you hope to see coming into the year. I know Burrow has a history of starting slow, and then the injury kind of threw some things off. But in general, the offense did what the offense was expected to do this year.
2 things. Yes, they did. When Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Tee Higgins are out there, and I'll throw in this extra caveat, and this is going to ruffle some feathers, when Zach Taylor's calling the plays, because that's what we've seen throughout this entire run. I'm not saying that you can't change it. I'm just stating a fact. He calls the plays. When all those things come together, this offense looks really, really good. Really good. And it's a reminder of why when people are going to talk about these AFC playoffs, they're going to be like, oh, no Patrick Mahomes. Maybe Lamar Jackson gets in. No Patrick Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow. The reason his name's brought up is because we have something elite here. We have an elite offense. Now, the rest of the team, yikes. But this offense is very elite. And secondly, I'm also not going to get overly worked up because it really, I think you put this in the chat earlier. I imagine watching the Cardinals defense play today is what other teams think of when they play our defense because they were missing tackles. There really wasn't a whole lot of pressure except for when Amarius Mims was out for a little bit of time. And I know he got hit, 3 times? Joe got sacked 3 times, but that's a really bad defense. In fact, anytime that we gave it to a playmaker out in space, like they extended the play frequently, which is why we dominated this way we did. So while, yes, this offense is elite with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Tee Higgins, Chase Brown, and this offensive line, which I think is better than I think we are giving it credit for, they also are doing it against a very, very poor defense. So you can take both things, but it still holds true that the reason we will be excited going into next year isn't just some hope that of like, oh, this team might be really good this year. It's also the fact that, yeah, this offense is elite and like quite literally Super Bowl worthy if you can get the other side corrected. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, which is obviously the frustrating part of the whole thing, right? I mean, if your defense is just mediocre, you're talking about a much different story this year. And you talk about those Jets and Bears game where you gave up however many points total between the two, over 70 combined. Certainly frustrating. But look, the offense is what the offense is, but now it's time to focus on the defense and put together some talent on the defensive side of the ball that can supplement that offense and carry this team back to the Super Bowl like they, quite frankly, like they deserve to be. And you mentioned how bad the Cardinals defense was. Just shout out to Darren Hall, the cornerback for Arizona, who looked like the most disinterested player that I've ever seen, making a lot of business decisions out there in week 17 for sure. And as much as we rag on Geno Stone, and deservedly so, I also need to rag on Darren Hall because that was an embarrassing display of effort out of the cornerback for the Cardinals today.
Why is he wearing a Guardian cap if he's not even going to have any interest in trying to tackle a guy? Like, you're making yourself look goofy for no reason. He had no interest in tackling anybody today. Golly, God bless you, Darren Hall.
None at all. And look, Bengals end this one 29 first downs on 429 total plays.
Wow.
And that's on only 10 drives. So, look, averaging over 7 plays per drive is certainly a good recipe for success. They gained 5.8 yards per play on the day and hold the ball for over 40 minutes in this one. Time of possession, a huge storyline throughout this one. After the Bengals held the ball for over 13 minutes in the first quarter, they end it with over 40 minutes total in the game. So a shout out there. And I think a part of that, you look like you're about to say something, but let me finish.
No,
part of that you have to give some credit to this Bengals defense today. And I realized they were going up against a subpar offense with 0 running game and a subpar quarterback, but you did have Trey McBride. You do have Michael Wilson, who's looking like a wide receiver 1. Marvin Harrison Jr. was basically a no-show today. Did he even register a reception?
I think he had 1.
No, he did not.
He did not.
Target, 0 receptions.
That's right, 1 target.
So that's
bust.
You got to tip your cap there. I mean, Trey McBride is going to get his, and outside of the one play against Michael Wilson, I think this first-string defense did what they needed to do, and dare I say, they've looked better over the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
4 weeks generous. But they've looked better of late.
Other than the second half of the Bills, they've played pretty well dating back.
But even the second half of the Bills, Joe Burrow turned that ball over twice.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a game that realistically the Bengals defense gives up 25.
Correct.
You had the pick 6, and then you had the interception that gave the Bills the ball deep in their own territory.
No, that's actually a really good point. So I guess we could say dating back to the Patriots game, really. Yeah, the Patriots game, and I thought they played well against the Patriots in that game. Like they didn't, we weren't good enough to beat the Patriots at that time. But dating back to there, this defense has played well. That scares me a little bit, if I'm being honest, because I think we both know that we can't run back a lot of these players. I was talking with David Shaw, who's a freaking guy in our chat, about is Geno Stone coming back. Geno Stone ain't coming back. That one's done. But there's players on this defensive side that I'm scared that we are going to talk ourselves into being a part of this roster next team, i.e. both linebackers, and we can't have that. As well as they're playing, they're growing, and we knew there was going to be some growing pains with them too. But yes, it's encouraging that they're playing better. I just hope we don't talk ourselves into keeping a lot of the same people around, mainly because we don't have to. We have draft picks we can use on places. We have a lot of money to spend. We don't have to. Like, if we were forced into this offseason going, the budget's tight, we really got to get a tackle in the first round, or we really got to get a wide receiver 1 in the first round, or something along those lines, to where, like, we didn't have a lot of assets to throw at the defense, I'd be like, okay, this is encouraging. We can talk ourselves into this can play out next year. But we don't have to do that, Craig. We don't have to. We have money to spend. We have draft picks to use on this defense. We don't have to run out Barrett Carter, Demetrius Knight, Shamar Stewart next year, and he had a sack today. We don't have to run those guys out. We don't have to talk ourselves into Joseph Asai being the big free agent resigning. We don't have to do that. We don't have to talk ourselves into Jordan Battle next year. We have the money to do it. So while I am encouraged by some growth on this defense, I think the thing I'm most encouraged is that Al Golden's tinkering with it better and better. We're playing some bad offenses, but he's tinkering it better. I can't get over, we can't talk ourselves into running it back with this defense, and I just pray that that's not the solution.
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals are looking at nearly $70 million in available cap space this offseason to go with those draft picks. There's zero reason to run it back, and there's a lot of opportunities to improve across the board as you look into next year, and some players that are expected to be free agents that, you mentioned the safety room definitely is one that you could upgrade. There's going to be players available there. You look at the linebacking room, and there's certainly going to be players available there. And both of those combined should cost you less than $25 million a year. And so, unless you're signing Devin Lloyd, which I know you're high on, he's going to bring in probably $20 million himself. But even still, you could spend on those two positions and spend less than $30 million this offseason and automatically upgrade your defense significantly before you even address anything else. And so you're going to have plenty of room to work with, plenty of opportunity to go out, whether you want to supplement with another cornerback, whether you want to do something else, I don't know, but, add to the D line. There's going to be guys available that can participate, and there's going to be guys that can make you better.
I'll say this. Obviously, we know where the deficiencies are. Linebacker, major deficiency. I've already said this. I'll say it here for the podcast. We've got to get a veteran at linebacker. We can run, because we typically run about 2 linebackers. We got to have a veteran there and let Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter fight for that second spot. We've got to get a veteran safety in. I think that Jordan Battle has shown some okay things. Geno Stone is abysmal, but we've got to get a veteran in there at safety, and I'm even cool with drafting high for another safety. Interior lineman. But you just brought this point up. With the money that they have, it's pretty interesting. And I think we feel pretty confident with DJ Turner and Dax Hill, the way that they've played this year. Just by the mere fact that at cornerback in the NFL right now, I think there's a deficiency there. I think there's a lot more really good wide receivers than there are really good cornerbacks, to where that's another decent place to upgrade too. The point is, Craig, and I know you know this, we don't have to rest on just they're going to improve. We don't have to do that. We have the luxury of the offense is pretty much taken care of. There's some small things, right? Re-sign a guard, get a backup quarterback, get a backup running back, done. If you want to draft a 4th round wide receiver again, I'm cool with that too. The defense, you have all of these draft assets. You have all of this money to figure out this defense, and we don't have a looming head over of what we're going to do with Jamar Chase, Tee Higgins, Trey Hendrickson, and Joe Burrow. We don't have to worry about any of that. We can just streamline the focus of let's get this defense better. And that's a good place to do. That's a good place to be for the Bengals, to be quite honest, because you can go into this and just put all your attention towards that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned cornerback. There were a number of names connected with the Bengals at the trade deadline that the Bengals should be interested in bringing in, and didn't ultimately pull the trigger. But those players are now free agents. Guys like Tariq Woolen, guys like Jamel Dean, Alante Taylor, all projected to make $10+ million in the free agent value. But all guys that would improve your cornerback room significantly if you paired them across with DJ Turner. And I think that that's something that certainly would be worth exploring for the Bengals this offseason as they look to shore up their defense. And obviously, don't be surprised. There's going to be needs to sign guys on the offensive side of the ball as well. That's not going to go 100% towards the defense, but at least with your skill position players, you're not going to have to make a whole lot of signings there. Right. Backup quarterback, maybe a running back with P. Ryan. And then, maybe you add some depth at wide receiver or tight end, but certainly not going to be super expensive. And maybe you go out and you sign another offensive lineman to either add depth or maybe take over one of the spaces that's available. But I think at the end of the day, the story remains the same, is that this Bengals team is going to have plenty of money to do what they decide is best for the team moving forward. And there's zero reason that a majority of that shouldn't go towards the defensive side of the ball. Both with picks and with the free agency money that they have available. And so this is a team that, here we are, we're going to talk ourselves into being Super Bowl contenders again in 2026. And I can't wait to be let down again, Reed.
It's the beautiful thing of fandom. It really is. It's as we go into the holidays, which is a time of joy and glorious occasions and everything like that. It's a reminder that the strife, all the pain that we get makes the sweet times feel all that better. I don't think the Dodgers fans truly enjoyed their World Series win this year. I bet you by about that 5th or 6th Super Bowl win of the Tom Brady Patriots, they were a little numb to it. You see it with college football fans. You get to that, you're an Alabama fan? Oh, well, you just keep winning. Like, it makes the hard times make the good times better, Craig. They make the good times better. So while we are suffering right now, it'll make next year's Super Bowl win, which they will win the Super Bowl next year. It'll make that much better.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the defensive line in this one. Miles Murphy adds a sack today, adds to his career high, 5.5 total sacks now. Cedric Johnson added a sack, TJ Slayton with the sack, and then Jamar Stewart, first-round pick for the Bengals here in 2025, gets his first career sack. Obviously not a prolific Cardinals offensive line, but nonetheless, you get the 4 sacks. And then, as I mentioned before, Daxo with 3 pass breakups. Defenses total had 6 of them, and certainly did their job against this Arizona Cardinals offense. Any final thoughts on this one before we look ahead to Cleveland, Reed?
Final thoughts that I have, and I don't know if I fleshed this out earlier, is if we're going to play meaningless games, which is where we're at, let's make them fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it doesn't matter if you win or lose, take health to be your top priority. Don't do anything risky. But, like, let's have fun. Let's let Cody Ford get a reception on his birthday. Let's almost show that we're going to let Cody Ford score from the half-inch line. You know what I'm saying? Let's get him in on I formations. Let's do fun things like that. Next week, like, let the linebackers and the cornerbacks that have been pulling your shirt all year, that have been like, hey, let me blitz. Come on, I can get back there. Let me blitz one time. Let them blitz. Who cares, right? Like, who cares? Like, let's just goof around for 60 minutes next week, which will certainly be a very boring game, but let's just have fun with it. So if we're going to play meaningless games, let's at least make them fun.
Empty the playbook, Zach. Empty the playbook.
Yeah.
All right. Bengals and Browns will meet in Week 18, Reed. Miles Murphy going up against Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett was held sackless today. He is half a sack short of the all-time NFL record for a single season sacks. He has 26 on the year. That game time is officially to be determined, but I think we can go ahead and pencil it in as a 1:00 start on Sunday. All games for next week are TBD until the NFL knows all the matchups and everything for Week 18. So go ahead and pencil that one in at 1:00. We'll be live starting at 12:30, assuming that holds true for the final game of the 2025 season. Shedeur Sanders, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that he's looking like a starting quarterback in the NFL, but he's certainly not looking like a 5th-round draft pick either.
Listen, grading, he's playing better than where he was drafted. There's no doubt about it, which we all knew that he was better than where he got drafted. The reason you didn't draft him is because the way he presented himself. And read every story that he ever had about meeting with teams, like telling the Ravens that he doesn't want to play for them. He's not a backup. And it's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, you're a backup. And all the stories about the way he presented himself, that's why teams are like, I don't want to deal with this. There's a long idiom about quarterbacks is you don't want a celebrity backup, because the second things get kind of bad, people are just like, put in Shedeur. The same way like Tim Tebow. When Tim Tebow came in the league, he was a backup quarterback. No one wanted Tim Tebow as a backup quarterback because the second things will get bad, everyone's like, play Tim Tebow. No one wants that. You don't want that. Colin Kaepernick, you just don't want a lot of noise from your backup quarterback. So he's better than that. But the grading that is going around about Shedeur Sanders is very similar to the way that we are revisiting the 2023 draft class for the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah, he's playing for the Browns. Browns, they've had one decent quarterback picked in the last 30 years. So, yeah, they're grading him on Cody Kessler. They're comparing him to Deshaun Kaiser. They're comparing him to Brandon Whedon or Johnny Manziel or Brady Quinn, or name a Browns quarterback. He's better. he looks fine compared to those guys. But in terms of franchise quarterbacks, are you willing to hitch your wagon to Shedeur Sanders? No, he might be fine here and there, but come on, let's be serious about this. So yeah, he looks better than
I know you
a 5th-round pick. But go on.
Yeah, I know you didn't see it because you were watching the Bengals game and didn't have a chance to flip back and forth or anything. But prime example of why Shedeur Sanders went in the 5th round today. It was 3rd and 17. He scrambles for 10 and gets up and celebrates like he just won some sort of massive game when it was, in fact, 4th and 7 afterwards. So it's just that immaturity that I know teams are looking for. But other than Shedeur Sanders, you got to call out guys like Harold Fannin offensively, who looks like a true tight end one to go along with David Njoku. Other than that, though, quite frankly, especially now with Quinshon Judkins out for the year, the Browns certainly aren't running out there a whole lot of offensive firepower. Dylan Sampson today, 11 carries for 27 yards. Raheem Sanders, 8 for 21. Jerry Jeudy had 5 catches today for 54 yards, but not a whole lot offensively from the Browns. So you'd like to think that this might be another game where the Bengals defense could show up and show what this can be in 2026.
No doubt. This is another chance for the Bengals. I mean, just also it's nice to beat little brother up there. It's just nice to sweep them in a season. I'll say this about the Browns. You mentioned some players, Harold Fannin, and they've got some nice players. You don't have this is going to be a hot take. You don't have to squint too hard to, when you look at the AFC North, to say the Browns might actually have the best outlook if you extrapolate it to 3 years. If you look 3 years in advance, they might have. I mean, I think the Bengals probably do, because I don't think Lamar's going to age well, even though the Ravens always just seemingly, and I think the Steelers, they're in their last run in the sun here for the next year or two. But if you take 3 years out, I don't know how long that Myles Garrett contract is. They're going to be drafting high for the next 2 years. If they get a quarterback in there, they might be something to think about in 3 years. But that's obviously, things happen so fast in the NFL. But that's my hot take. It looked like you thought that was crazy, because at the end of the day, it is the Browns. I don't think their
Well,
rosters.
it's the Browns, and outside of like Quinshon Judkins and Harold Fannin Jr., there's no centerpiece there. And even in 3 years, you don't know what Myles Garrett's going to be. Like, what about
how's
the
their
Browns
line
gets
look?
you like excited for 3 years from now?
I don't think their line's that bad. I think their line is okay. I think that they are always a pretty hard-hitting team. Like, I think they're closer than we are willing to give them credit for. Or at least I guess I'm willing to give them credit for. You can disagree. But I guess we'll have a conversation in what year is it? 2025. We're about to enter 2026. We'll have a conversation in 2028 about how the Browns are looking, which, to be fair, and throughout the history of this whole thing, you're taking the safer bet.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about an offensive line that is built around Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller. And Joel Bitonio is 34 already. Wyatt Teller is 31 already. I mean,
their defense is good, dude. They've got a really good defense. They've got a really good defense.
They have a really good defense for years.
Okay. They haven't had a quarterback. I guess that's what I'm saying. They get a quarterback. They've got a legitimate pass catcher one. Wide receivers are a dime a dozen in the NFL draft right now. They've got a good quarterback, a good running back. I know that's not worth a whole lot. So if their defense plays out, holds out for 3 more years, and they get a really good quarterback, this team, you know what? If their team gets a good quarterback, a good coach, a good player personnel guy, a good line, a good defensive line, a good running back, and a good secondary, they'll be really good, Cray. They'll be great.
If the Bengals get a new head coach and a new player personnel guy and a new scouting department, they'll be really good too.
De facto general manager Duke Tobin. Win a whole show. Win 5 hours.
Put a reminder on your calendar for 3 years from today, and we can revisit this conversation about how good the Browns are then. But until then, the Browns did pull out the victory today over the Steelers, 13-6, Reed. To your point, the defense is pretty good. But, again, Myles Garrett is 29 years old. They do have some good young pieces. Schlesinger, Devin Bush is a free agent, though, after this year. So they've got some good pieces. I'll give you that, but I don't know what that looks like. But they're playing hard right now. They beat the Steelers 13-6, setting up a winner-take-all matchup between the Steelers and the Ravens next week. Winner is the AFC North champion. Loser is out of the playoffs. I would imagine, without knowing the complete schedule right now, that will be your Sunday night game next week. But
that'll be Monday night.
We will see.
Right?
I don't think there is a Monday night game.
Oh, they don't do a Monday night game for that final? I know they do a wild card Monday night game. I know they always have that final game be winner take all, but the NFC South game's also winner take all. But that's a Steelers Ravens is a more marquee game, so that would take Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, let's take a look. I don't think there's a Monday night game. There's no Thursday game. There's no.
It's all okay.
There are Saturday and Sunday games.
What's the 4th?
The 4th is Sunday, right?
Okay. So one of those.
I think it's all Sunday the 4th and January the 3rd. So I think there's 2 games on Saturday that are standalone windows. My
NFC South game's going to be Saturday, and then the AFC North game will be Sunday night. What's the first game on
Lions,
Saturday?
Bears, maybe. Oh, Chargers, Broncos probably gets a standalone window on Saturday.
Is there anything for division? Is there anything for Division 1 other than like to win the division, but the other team still makes the playoffs?
Well, the Niners and the Seahawks are already locked into the playoffs, and the Chargers and Broncos are both locked into the playoffs.
Okay,
so the two best games are don't have any effect on the playoffs. So those two
are the Rams. Is the NFC West done?
Yeah, the Seahawks have that wrapped up. The 49ers have a wild card position wrapped up.
Okay. So the Sunday set, I don't know what they'll put at that 4:00 game. I mean, maybe they'll just put the Cowboys versus Giants and just let the Cowboys take that 4:00 window. Maybe that's what they do.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think technically the Buccaneers and Panthers is a winner is in as well. So you've got the NFC South and the AFC North. So those are your two matchups that matter. Nothing else matters.
NFC South will play Saturday night. AFC North will play Sunday night. I don't know what the heck's going to be that 4:00 game on Saturday. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's just going to be one of those other really good games. You've got
But is it going to be a good game because no one's going to play?
49ers. Well, I think
like maybe a better seeding spot for them to like where they don't have to play a division rival. I guess they'd be playing for that. The wild card team, like the 49ers might be playing to not play an NFC West team, which you wouldn't want. Okay.
Yeah. Not exactly sure. I guess that's a good point. You've got two games that actually matter next week. Everything else is just
don't be surprised if they just punt and just let the Cowboys take that 4:00 window and just like, yep, here you go, Cowboys. This will get good ratings anyways, so we'll just do Cowboys.
Yeah, that would be pretty. I mean, that would be pretty wild to put that game on the Cowboys Giants on a standalone game.
If none of the games matter, just put the biggest team in there.
I think they probably want a good game. They'll probably keep Cowboys Giants on Sunday in the 1:00 slot, but I guess we'll see. We'll
the Seahawks aren't going to play anyone. Seahawks aren't going to play anyone. They're not going to play Sam Darnold. They're not going to play anyone. So,
are they locked into the 1 seed? They are. So they're not going to play anybody.
This is fun to do.
Yeah.
It's probably not the best podcast, but this is fun to do.
Yeah. I mean, Chargers are still playing for seeding, I guess, technically. So you could look at Chargers Broncos, since the Broncos and Patriots are tied for the.
Okay, that's the game then. That's the game then.
Broncos Chargers is probably your game.
Yep.
They're both playing for seeding.
And that actually might be the 8:00 game. They might put that NFC South game on earlier, but
the only thing is they try to avoid games that have any sort of impact on other games, right? So if you put the Broncos Chargers late at night and then the Patriots go out and lose earlier in the day, the Broncos at that point have nothing to play for.
So will they play the Patriots at 4:00 on Sunday, or they might just keep it at 1? You're right. Just have both those games be at 4:00. They play them at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, some interesting decisions to be made by the NFL. We'll have to keep our eye out for schedule once it's finalized, but I don't think that's going to be finalized until my guess is at least tomorrow night. Right? Because what's the Monday night game?
I have no idea.
This week it's Rams Falcons. Like, does the Rams outcome potentially impact anything? They're 11-4 right now. The 49ers are 11-4. The Eagles are, so that could potentially have an impact on seeding, but I guess we'll see.
Good for the NFL because this was shaping up to be like the worst final 2 weeks. Because normally there's always games that like really matter seeding wise and everything like that. But as we just talked through pretty much every single game, we found out there's 2 games that absolutely matter, win and get in, which is huge for them. The rest of it really doesn't matter, which good for them that they still get 2 win and get in games. Because sometimes we don't get those. Sometimes we don't get those final games. So good for them.
So that's my prediction, I guess, is you've got the NFC South game on a standalone window on Saturday, and you've got probably Chargers Broncos in a standalone window on Saturday, and then Sunday night would be the AFC North game.
Fair enough.
Prediction.
Do you have any birthday wishes for Cody Ford?
I wish you nothing but health. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in the end zone.
Oh, do you think they audibled out of it? Do you think they audibled out of whatever play they were going to run? Do you think they were trying to get him the ball?
No. I mean, what are you doing audibling out of a fullback dive? Like, they ran a play action pass to Noah Fant instead, and the ball was tipped at the line.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know. I don't think Burrow would have the intestinal fortitude to back out of that
the
play
gumption.
The gumption to back out of that play with the entire crowd chanting for Cody. I don't know that I would do that. So no, I'm going to say no. I think that was just Zach, and I saw Zach smiling on the sideline too. So Who knows? Whatever.
All right, wrap this thing up.
That'd be interesting nonetheless. All right.
Put a
Reed,
bow.
you'll be back on Off the Bench tomorrow,
Sure
10
will.
a.m. Stone Shield show starting at 11 directly afterwards. We'll see what kind of guests we get lined up for this week. I'm sure we'll have lots of Bengals and Reds talk. And as always, any breaking news, Chatterbox Bengals, Chatterbox Reds, and others have you covered. Chatterbox Bearcats has you covered after every single UC Bearcats men's basketball game. And the Flying Line has you covered for all your FC Cincinnati coverage. Until next time, for Reed Mouse, I'm Craig Salen. This has been Chatterbox Bengals. We appreciate you tuning in. Until the final one next week. Hoo day.